Imagine a weapon so powerful, it didn't just change battles, it changed the bodies of the men who used it. Not in poetry, not in legend, in bone. When archaeologists opened medieval graves in England, they found skeletons twisted in the same strange way. Shoulders pulled broad and uneven, spines subtly curved, fingers thickened where calluses once were. These were not nobles, not knights in shining armour. These were archers, men who had drawn the English longbow so often, so hard, that the bow had carved its story into their skeletons. Tonight, in this quiet corner of history, we're not just talking about a piece of wood and a string. This is the entire history of the longbow, and how England forged living arrows. As you settle in, perhaps dim the lights, and let your body sink into the mattress. Picture a cold morning on a village green. The mist is still clinging to the grass. Church bells are ringing in the distance, and scattered across every town in England, men and boys stand in a line, bows in hand, fingers frozen and aching because the law says they must. For centuries, English kings did something extraordinary. They turned archery practice into a way of life. Under rulers like Edward III, training with the longbow wasn't a hobby. It was mandatory. Laws ordered men to stop playing dice and football on Sundays and to spend their time shooting instead. Archery butts, earthen mounds used as targets, rose behind churches and in fields across the kingdom. If you were a common man in medieval England, the longbow was as much a part of daily life as bread, prayer, and taxes. In this story, we're going to follow that transformation step by step. How a simple hunting tool became a national obsession, how a national obsession became a weapon of terror, and how that weapon turned ordinary villagers into the deadliest force on the medieval battlefield. But unlike most tales of the longbow, we will not start with kings on horseback or knights charging under banners. We will start with hands. Imagine the archer's right hand, the fingers thick, nail beds battered, skin so calloused it no longer feels the bite of the string. The left hand grips the bow itself, the wrist strong and solid, used to resisting a draw, weight that could reach 80, 100, even 160 pounds. To pull such a bow, not once, but again and again, was to submit your body to a slow, grinding kind of transformation. Muscles hardened, bones adapted, tendons screamed. Over years, the body reshaped itself around a single motion: draw, hold, release. You will see how this began in the forests and hills with hunters and Welsh archers, and how the English crown saw something terrifying and useful in their skill. When kings discovered that a line of well-trained archers could tear through the pride of mounted nobility, the longbow became more than a weapon. It became a strategy, a policy, almost a religion. We'll visit the workshops where the longbow was born, not in roaring forges, but in the quiet, patient world of wood and knife. The best bows came from yew, a tree as slow-growing and mysterious as the churchyards it often stood in. Bowyers learned to split the wood so that the pale, springy sapwood faced the outside of the bough, taking the tension, while the darker, denser heartwood inside bore the compression. Two different kinds of wood from the same tree, working together in perfect balance every time the archer drew the string. The bowstring itself had to be kept dry, warm, and ready. Archers protected it with wax, tallow, and care, because a snapped string in battle could mean death. The arrows were not toys either. They were carefully made, with ash or birch shafts, goose feather fletchings, and heads designed for different purposes. Broadheads to tear flesh, bodkin points to punch into armour. Together, bow, string, and arrow formed a system. a kind of living machine powered by human muscle and discipline. As the story unfolds, you'll hear about the great battles where the Longbow wrote its legend into the chronicles of Europe. You will walk gently through the muddy fields of Crécy, where English archers stood their ground while French knights charged again and again, only to be cut down by storms of arrows falling like iron rain. You'll drift across Poitiers, where French nobility were humbled and taken prisoner, not by some mythical superweapon, but by thousands of men who had grown up shooting in fields back home. And of course, you'll find yourself at Agincourt, a narrow strip of churned up mud, where an exhausted English army, sick and outnumbered, used the longbow one more time to break the pride of a much larger foe. But even in those famous battles, our gaze will keep returning to the archers themselves, the men who stood in the rain and the hush before the charge, the men whose shoulders burned as they drew again and again, loosing arrows into the grey sky, the men who were seen by their own society as both humble and dangerous, commoners yet vital, anonymous yet feared across Europe. We will also explore the quieter, forgotten parts of the story, the childhood games that were secretly training sessions, the village competitions where men tested each other's skill and stamina, the laws that fined you if you failed to practice, and the way the longbow blurred the lines between peasant and soldier, between local life and international war. Over time, you'll watch the rise and fall of this weapon. You'll see how gunpowder and firearms slowly pushed the longbow off the main stage of European warfare. You'll hear how, even as muskets appeared, some stubborn voices still claimed that no gun could replace a well-trained archer. And you'll feel the quiet sadness of a skill that takes a lifetime to master being gradually replaced by a trigger that anyone can pull. By the end of this journey, when you think of the longbow, you won't just picture a romantic silhouette against a sunset or a lone archer on a movie poster. You'll think of aching backs and disciplined shoulders. You'll think of laws carved into parchment and grooves worn into village greens. You'll think of craftsmen in dim workshops listening to the whisper of you under the knife. And you'll think of a kingdom that decided for several centuries that its strength did not rest only on castles and crowns, but on the hands of thousands of men who had been quietly, relentlessly forged into living arrows. So, as this story unfolds, let the noise of the day fall away. Listen for the soft creak of wood under tension, the faint buzz of the string, and the dull, solid thud of impact as arrow after arrow finds its mark. This is the entire history of the longbow, how England forged living arrows. And it all begins in the bones, the hands, and the everyday lives of the men who pulled the string. Close your eyes now, and let the modern world dissolve into a grey, watery silence. We are drifting back to the year 1982, to the cold, murky waters of the Solent, the strait separating the Isle of Wight from the mainland of England. Here, encased in centuries of protective silt, lay the Mary Rose, the favourite warship of King Henry VIII. When she sank in 1545, she took hundreds of men down with her, preserving them in a tragic accidental time capsule. For over 400 years, they slept in the darkness until modern hands gently brought them back to the surface. As archaeologists began the delicate, reverent work of examining the crew, they noticed something peculiar about a specific group of men. These were not the officers, nor the pilots. These were the soldiers found near the longbows. Their skeletons told a story of immense, repetitive strain that started in childhood and never stopped. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. In the hushed, sterile light of the laboratory, the bones whispered their secrets. The researchers found a condition called os acromiala. It sounds clinical, but it represents a life of grueling labour. In a normal human shoulder, the acromion, the bony tip of the shoulder blade, fuses together with the rest of the scapula as we grow up. But in these men, it had failed to fuse. The constant heavy dragging of the bowstring, a motion repeated thousands upon thousands of times while the body was still growing, had prevented the bone from knitting together. It was a stress fracture that became a permanent part of their anatomy. Imagine the sheer force required to do that to a human body. We often complain about a stiff neck from looking at our phones too long, or a sore back from a bad office chair, but these men reshaped their own skeletal structure through pure exertion. The left arm, the one that held the bow steady against the crushing poundage of the draw, was often significantly thicker and larger than the right. The vertebrae in their spines were twisted, compressed by the immense weight of the bow as they leaned into the shot, bracing themselves against the earth. They were lopsided, arthritic, and incredibly strong. It forces us to rethink the romantic image of the medieval archer. We often picture them as lithe, forest-dwelling elves, or dashing outlaws in green tights, moving with effortless grace. But the truth, written in the calcium of the Mary Rose crew, is that they were more like human siege engines, heavy, dense, and physically distorted by their trade. Historians and osteologists still debate the exact percentage of archers who suffered these deformities, questioning whether every man with os acromile was a bowman, or if hard agricultural labour played a part. Yet the concentration of these injuries on a ship packed with war bows suggests a direct link. This biological evidence tells us that the English longbow was not a weapon you could simply pick up and use. A sword is just a sharp piece of metal. Anyone can swing it, even if they swing it badly. A crossbow is a mechanical device. You wind it up, and the machine does the work. But a longbow is a relationship. It demands a payment from the user. It requires a lifetime of conditioning, starting from the moment a boy is strong enough to hold a stick. The men of the Mary Rose didn't just operate their weapons, they were physically grafted to them. Their bodies had compromised with the yew-wood, trading symmetry for power, sacrificing the natural shape of the human frame to become a more perfect instrument of delivery for the arrow. This discovery sets the stage for everything we are about to explore. It proves that the weapon of the English army wasn't the wooden bow itself, which could rot or snap, but the population of men who had been cultivated, like a strange crop, to wield it. As we leave the quiet clinical atmosphere of the bone lab and step out into the wider history, remember this image: the twisted spine, the thickened arm, the shoulder that never quite fused. It is a reminder that history is not just names and dates. It is physical, it has weight. And the story of the longbow is the story of that weight, born on the backs of thousands of forgotten men, beginning with the wood that made it all possible, a tree as ancient and complex as the skeletons we leave behind. To understand the weapon that broke the spine of French chivalry, we must step away from the battlefield and walk quietly into the shadow of the English churchyard. Here, amidst the leaning gravestones and the damp smell of moss, stands a tree that feels older than the stone church itself. It is the yew, Taxus baccata. It is dark, gnarled, and seemingly eternal, its canopy a dense umbrella of needle-like leaves that blocks out the sun, creating a permanent twilight beneath its boughs. There's a profound stillness here, a sense of waiting which is fitting, because this tree is the silent engine of the 100 Years' War. Before the longbow was a weapon, it was a biological marvel, a freak of nature that possessed properties no other wood in Europe could match. The yew is a tree of contradictions. It is a symbol of death and resurrection, a giver of protection, and a dealer of poison. Every part of the tree, the bark, the leaves, the seeds, hidden inside its red gelatinous berries, is highly toxic to humans and animals, containing a potent cocktail of alkaloids known as taxines that can stop a beating heart in minutes. There is a grim irony in this. The weapon that would kill thousands of men from a distance was already deadly to the touch before it was even cut. Farmers knew this well, which brings us to one of those gentle debates that historians and botanists love to chew on over tea. Why are ancient yew trees almost always found in churchyards? The romantic explanation is that they were planted there to provide wood for the parish militia, a consecrated armoury growing right next to the nave. But the more pragmatic, and perhaps more likely reason, is that the churchyard was the only fenced-off piece of land in the village where the priest's cows wouldn't wander. Enclosing the yew prevented the local livestock, who are not known for their botanical discernment, from snacking on the foliage and promptly dropping dead, which would have been a financial tragedy for the peasant owner. So, the yew survived, protected by the church walls, growing slowly, painfully slowly, adding only a fraction of an inch to its girth each year. And it is this slowness that is the secret, because the yew grows so lethargically. Its grain is incredibly tight, its rings packed together like the pages of a closed book. This density creates a wood that is heavy, hard, and resilient. But density alone is not enough to make a bow. A bow needs to be a spring. If you take a piece of oak or ash and bend it too far, it will snap. If you take a piece of elm, it might bend but stay bent, losing its power. The yew, however, is nature's perfect composite material. It is effectively two different trees growing in one body, a natural laminate that modern engineers would struggle to replicate with carbon fibre. On the outside of the trunk, just under the bark, lies the sapwood. It is pale, creamy white, and soft to the touch. Its biological property is tension. It resists being stretched. It wants to snap back like a rubber band. Deep inside the trunk is the heartwood. It is rich, orange-red, sometimes darkening to a deep chocolate brown. Its property is compression. It resists being crushed. It is the stone pillar to the sapwood's rubber band. When a bowyer, the craftsman who makes the bow, looks at a yew log, he sees this marriage of opposites. He carves the bow so that the back, the part facing the target, is made of that stretchy white sapwood, and the belly, the part facing the archer, is made of the dense red heartwood. When the archer draws the string, the physics are miraculous. The white sapwood on the outside is stretched to its limit, screaming to return to its original shape, while the red heartwood on the inside is crushed down, storing immense potential energy like a coiled spring. The wood works against itself, the tension and compression balancing perfectly, allowing the bow to bend into a deep, dangerous curve without breaking. This interplay of white and red wood is what gave the English longbow its distinctive look and its terrifying power. But here is the catch, the detail that often slips through the cracks of popular history. The best yew did not come from England. The English climate, damp and relatively mild, was actually too kind to the trees. English yew grew too fast, making the grain too coarse and the wood spongy. It was good for a poacher's bow, but not for a war bow meant to punch through plate armour. For that, the crown needed wood that had suffered. They needed yew that had grown in the rocky, arid soils of the Mediterranean, Spain, Italy, and Venice, where the trees had to fight for every drop of water, growing agonizingly slowly in the high mountains. This imported wood, known as stave wood, was denser, harder, and snapped back with a violence that English wood could not match. This demand created one of history's most fascinating trade quirks. As the English appetite for war grew, They depleted their own supplies and began to rely heavily on imports. By the time of the Tudors, the need was so desperate that the Crown passed laws requiring Venetian wine merchants to import yew staves along with their barrels of sweet Malmsey wine. For every bud of wine brought into an English port, the merchant had to provide 10 bowstaves. You can almost picture the grumbling Italian merchants on the docks of Southampton, unloading bundle after bundle of gnarly sticks just so they could sell their vintage to the thirsty English aristocracy. It was a tax paid in weaponry. This reliance on foreign wood adds a layer of complexity to the narrative of English superiority. The famous English longbow was, in its material heart, often Spanish or Italian. It was a weapon of the world, harvested from the sun-baked slopes of the continent, shipped across the sea, and then placed into the calloused hands of a rainy island nation that had the discipline to master it. As we stand beneath the yew in our imagination, running a hand over the rough, scaling bark, we can feel the vibration of potential energy. This tree is a battery. It has spent hundreds of years soaking up sunlight and soil, locking it away in tight, dense rings, waiting for the moment it will be released. It is a sentinel that stands between the living and the dead in the churchyard, but soon, under the knife of the craftsman, it will become a bridge between them. The toxicity of the tree is a warning, a biological signal that this is not a material to be trifled with. To work with yew is to work with a substance that commands respect. The dust from sanding it can irritate the lungs and skin. The wood itself is hard on the tools. It fights back. And yet, amidst this danger and toxicity, there is beauty. The contrast between the creamy sapwood and the fiery heartwood is visually stunning, looking less like a weapon and more like a piece of art. It is warm to the touch, unlike cold steel. It has a personality. Archers would often say that a yew bow has a sweet draw, a smoothness that lesser woods, like elm or ash, lack. It doesn't stack or get suddenly hard to pull at the end of the draw. It welcomes the power, storing it efficiently until the moment of release. We are moving now from the silence of the biological world to the quiet rasp of the workshop. We have the material, the toxic bicomposite, slow-grown miracle of the yew. But a log is not a bow. It requires a human eye to see the weapon hidden inside the wood. It requires a specific kind of genius to liberate the spring from the trunk without violating the grain. As the wind rustles through the dark needles of the churchyard yew, we turn away from the growing tree and walk toward the village where a fire is burning and a craftsman is sharpening his draw knife. The wood is ready. The transformation is about to begin. Step out of the damp grey churchyard now and push open the heavy oak door of a workshop that smells of beeswax, linseed oil, and the sweet, dusty scent of cured timber. The air in here is warmer, drier, and thick with the quiet intensity of creation. This is the domain of the bowyer, a craftsman who holds a status in medieval society that sits somewhere between a carpenter and a magician. While the blacksmith rings his anvil with noise and fire, the bowyer works in a hush, his trade defined by patience and the soft rhythmic sound of steel scraping against grain. The longbow, for all its terrifying reputation, is born in this silence. To the untrained eye, the workshop looks like a chaos of lumber, with rough-hewn staves stacked in the rafters like firewood. But the bowyer sees them differently. He walks to a pile of imported Spanish yew, those gnarly, expensive staves we spoke of, and selects one. It is rough, covered in bark, and likely crooked. A modern machine would reject it. But the bowyer knows that a true war bow cannot be forced into straightness. It must be coaxed. He runs a calloused hand over the bark, feeling for the crown, the natural ridge where the tree grew. His task is not to impose a shape upon the wood, but to liberate the weapon that is already hiding inside it. He clamps the stave into a wooden vice or a shaving horse, straddling the bench like a rider. He picks up his primary tool, the draw knife, a sharp, two-handled blade that he pulls toward his own chest. With a confident, fluid motion, he begins to strip away the bark. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound is hypnotic, a steady heartbeat of labour. As the bark falls away, that creamy white sapwood is revealed, stark against the dark heartwood beneath. This is the most critical moment of the entire process. The layer of sapwood on the back of the bow, the side that faces the enemy, must be continuous. If the bowyer cuts through the grain, if he violates a single growth ring of that sapwood, the bow will have a weak point. When drawn to full weight, that violated ring will lift, splinter, and eventually explode, potentially blinding the archer, so the bowyer does not saw the wood straight. He follows the grain. If the tree grew with a wiggle to avoid a stone, the bough must have a wiggle. If the tree had a knot, the bowyer must gently raise the wood around it, leaving a small bump, honouring the memory of a branch that died decades ago. The resulting weapon will not be a perfectly straight line, like a modern fiberglass rod. It will be organic, undulating, and full of character, retaining the biography of the tree it came from. As the hours pass, the floor fills with curly shavings like ribbons of gold and chocolate. The bowyer switches from the draw knife to finer tools, rasps, scrapers, and even broken shards of glass or flint to smooth the surface. He is working the belly of the bough now, the red heartwood. He rounds it into a D shape, a deep, thick arch that gives the English longbow its famous profile. A flat bough is easier to make, but a D-section bough packs more wood, and thus more power, into a narrower handle, making it faster in the hand. But the wood is stubborn. It is a living thing that has been killed, but not yet tamed. This brings us to the art of tillering, the process of teaching the wood to bend. In the corner of the workshop stands a tillering post, a vertical beam with the notches cut into it at intervals. The bowyer places the unfinished bow on a cradle at the top and attaches a loose, long string. He steps back and pulls the string down to the first notch, barely bending the limbs. He watches. He is looking for the curve. Is the top limb bending more than the bottom? Is there a stiff hinge in the middle? Is one spot doing too much work? If a section is too stiff, he marks it with charcoal, takes the bough down, and scrapes away a paper-thin layer of heartwood, just a few shavings. Then he puts it back, pulls it again, checks the curve. It is a slow, recursive conversation between the man and the material. He must balance the two limbs perfectly, ensuring that the top limb is perhaps a fraction of an inch longer to account for the way the archer grips the handle. Historians and experimental archaeologists often marvel at the intuition required here. There are no gauges, no micrometers. The bowyer relies entirely on his eye and the feel of the wood under his thumb. If he scrapes too much, the bow becomes weak and useless, a child's toy. If he scrapes too little, the bow will jar the hand or shatter under the strain. He is walking a razor's edge, removing weight while trying to keep strength. As the bow is drawn further and further down the tillering stick, approaching the massive draw lengths of 30 or 32 inches, the wood begins to protest. It groans. It takes a set, a permanent slight curve following the string, which bowyers actually like. It shows the wood has settled into its new identity. To protect the tips of the bow, which are under immense pressure from the string, the bowyer crafts knocks. These are not simple grooves in the wood, which might split, but separate caps made of horn. He takes the tip of a cow's horn, or, for the finest bows, water buffalo horn, and shapes it into a beautiful, functional jewel. He drills a conical hole in the horn and whittles the bow tip to match, gluing them together with a mixture of resin and beeswax. These horn knocks are often the only decorative element on a weapon that is otherwise brutally utilitarian. They are polished until they shine like obsidian or amber, little crowns for the king of weapons. Finally, the bow is sanded with dried horsetail, a rough, reedy plant that acts like natural sandpaper, and burnished with a piece of hard antler until the wood gleams. The bowyer rubs a mixture of tallow, beeswax, and perhaps a little animal fat into the grain to seal it against the rain. The result is beautiful in a primal way. It is a heavy dark staff, standing perhaps 6 feet 6 inches tall, taller than the man who will wield it. It looks dormant, almost sluggish, but pick it up, and you feel the density. It vibrates with a low-frequency hum. It is a stored kinetic storm. It is worth noting a scholarly point here. While we have the Mary Rose bows, we have very few surviving examples from the earlier medieval period. This leads to endless debates about exactly how powerful the bows of Crecy or Agincourt really were. Some argue the Mary Rose bows were exceptionally heavy naval weapons, not standard field gear. Others insist that 150-pound draw weights were the norm for all professional soldiers. What is certain, however, is that the object the bowyer has just finished is not a casual sporting good. It is a piece of heavy artillery that requires a human chassis. The bowyer wipes his hands on his leather apron, satisfied. He has done his part. He has taken the wild toxic yew tree and disciplined it into a shape of elegant lethality. But the bow is useless without a master. It sits on the rack, a potent promise, waiting for a hand strong enough to wake it up. And to find those hands, we must leave the warm, sweet-smelling workshop and travel back in time away from the orderly guilds of London to the wild rain-swept hills of the West. For the English did not invent the longbow. They learned it the hard way, on the receiving end of a very different kind of arrow, in a land where the mist hangs low and the valleys echo with the sounds of ambush. The scent of cured yew and beeswax fades behind us now, replaced by the sharp, clean smell of rain falling on slate and the damp, earthy breath of a deep valley. We are travelling back further in time, leaving the organised workshops of London for the wild, untamed frontier of the Welsh marches in the 12th century. It is a place of grey mist and green silence, where the English, or rather the Norman lords who have recently taken over England, are learning a painful lesson. They have come to these rugged hills clad in their celebrated chainmail, sitting high on their war horses, convinced that the civilised world ends where their castles stop, but the woods are watching them. In the shadows of the ancient oaks and slippery glens of Gwent and Glamorgan, there are men who do not fight like knights. They do not seek glory in a frontal charge. They wait, and they hold in their hands weapons that are far uglier and far more terrifying than the polished yew staves we just saw. These are the ancestors of the longbow, rough, knobbly staves of wild elm, often unseasoned and hastily cut from the forest floor. To the proud Norman knights, these weapons look like sticks, like something a child might play with. But the moment the string is drawn, that arrogance evaporates into a spray of blood. This is where the legend truly begins, not with an English invention, but with an English trauma. Imagine the sound of a Norman patrol moving through a narrow pass, the clatter of hooves on stone, the jingle of bridles, the heavy metallic rustle of chainmail hauberks. It is a noisy, confident procession. Then, a sudden thwip, a sound like tearing silk, followed by the wet thud of impact. A knight looks down. An arrow has appeared in his leg. But it hasn't just struck him. It has punched through his mail skirt, through his leather breeches, through the thick muscle of his thigh, through the wooden saddle beneath him, and driven deep into the flank of his horse. One arrow, one shot, pinning the rider to his mount in a gruesome fusion of man and beast. This is not a campfire story. It is a matter of historical record, documented with horrified awe by the chronicler Gerald of Wales. He tells us of a specific incident involving William de Braose, a Norman lord who witnessed the sheer penetrating power of the Welsh archers. He describes arrows that could nail a man's hip to his saddle on both sides, or pierce an oak door 4 fingers thick. The Normans were stunned. They were used to arrows that were annoying, mosquito bites that could be deflected by a shield or stopped by good armour. But this was armour-piercing artillery wielded by men wearing nothing but tunics and running barefoot over the moss. It was a technological shock, a moment where the dominant military power realised it was vulnerable to the simplest of tools. Historians often point to this period as the crucible, where the English military mind began to change. The Normans were brutal conquerors, yes, but they were also pragmatic. They didn't just want to defeat the Welsh, they wanted to own that power. They looked at these wild men of Gwent, with their heavy draw weights and their strange sideways stance, and they saw the future. It wasn't an immediate revolution, but a slow absorption. The English kings, particularly the ruthless and tall Edward the Chasseur Longshanks, began to recruit the very men who had been shooting at his ancestors. It is a strange and uniquely British irony that the weapon which would become the symbol of English power was actually the gift of its first colony. Edward didn't just conquer Wales with castles, he conquered it by hiring its archers. He recognised that the heavy cavalry charge, the defining tactic of the Middle Ages, had a counter. If you could put enough arrows in the air, you could stop a charge before it ever reached you. But to do that, you needed more than just a few skirmishers hiding in the trees. You needed an army, you needed organisation, you needed to take that rough wild elm bough and refine it, standardise it, and mass produce it. This is the transition point in our story, where the Welsh bow begins to evolve into the English longbow. The weapon moved from the guerrilla skirmishes of the valleys to the drilling grounds of the English shires. The rough elm was gradually replaced by the superior imported yew we spoke of earlier, but the technique, the heavy draw to the ear, the instinctive aiming, remained purely Welsh. We must also consider the psychological shift this required. For a knight, fighting from a distance was considered cowardly. There was no honour in killing a man you couldn't look in the eye. It was unchivalrous, but the English kings were becoming less interested in chivalry and more interested in winning. They began to elevate the status of the archer, mixing these commoners in with their feudal levies. It was a slow integration, like ink spreading through water. You can imagine the tension in the camps, the haughty knights in their expensive steel, looking down their noses at the rough-spoken archers sharpening their stakes by the fire. Yet, deep down, the knights knew. They knew that when the enemy charged, their lives depended on those cowards with the bows. The atmosphere of the Welsh wars also taught the English the value of terrain. In the open fields of France, they would later apply the lessons learned in the claustrophobic valleys of Wales. Choose your ground, force the enemy to come to you, and unleash hell before they can close the distance. The mist of the Welsh mountains seems to cling to the longbow's history, a reminder of its guerrilla origins. Even centuries later, at Agincourt, many of the English archers were actually Welshmen, singing in their own tongue, fighting for an English king, but using the skills passed down from the very men who had pinned William de Braose's knights to their horses. It is a reminder that history is often a tapestry of stolen ideas. The Romans stole the gladius from the Spanish. The English stole the longbow from the Welsh. As the sun sets over the rugged silhouette of the Black Mountains, leaving the valleys in deep purple shadow, we can sense the shift in the wind. The weapon has been discovered, the potential has been recognized, but a bow, no matter how powerful, is useless without ammunition. A bow is just a spring. It is the arrow that does the killing. And so our camera glides away from the rainy, blood-soaked hills of the Welsh frontier, moving east and forward in time toward the bustling market towns where a different kind of craftsman is at work. We are going to meet the Fletcher. If the bowyer is the architect of the engine, the Fletcher is the maker of the fuel. And just like the bow, the English arrow was not a simple stick, but a masterpiece of aerodynamics and specialized engineering. The feathers are waiting, the wax is warm, and the geese are nervous. We leave the mist of the Welsh valleys and step indoors again, into a space that feels less like a carpenter's shop and more like a chaotic aviary. The air here is thick with floating down, the sharp tang of copper, and the earthy, pungent smell of boiling glue. We are in the home of the Fletcher. If the bowyer is the maker of the engine, the Fletcher is the maker of the fuel, and in the medieval war machine, fuel was burned at a rate that is almost impossible to comprehend. You might know the name Fletcher as a common surname today, a lingering echo of the time when thousands of men spent their entire lives doing nothing but gluing feathers to sticks. It sounds simple, perhaps even tedious, but the creation of a war arrow, a cloth-yard shaft, was a feat of high-precision engineering. An arrow is not just a projectile. It is a stabilization system that must correct itself in mid-air. To understand this, pick up a piece of wood in your mind. It is ash, most likely. Ash is heavy, dense, and straight-grained, hitting with the force of a hammer. For lighter flight arrows, they might use birch or aspen, but for the heavy work of killing, ash is the king. The Fletcher runs the shaft through his hands, checking for spine. This is a concept that still obsesses modern archers. The stiffness of the arrow must perfectly match the power of the bow. If the arrow is too stiff, it will veer left, too whippy, and it will veer right. It has to be perfect, capable of bending around the handle of the bow, a phenomenon called the archer's paradox, and then snapping back into a straight line of flight. It is a wobbly, violent dance that happens in a fraction of a second, invisible to the naked eye, but felt in the Fletcher's fingertips. But a shaft without wings is just a stick. This brings us to the unlikely hero of English military history, the goose, specifically the grey goose wing immortalized in ballads and poems. It is a strange, soft irony that the most devastating weapon of the age relied entirely on the discarded feathers of a farmyard bird. The demand for feathers was so voracious that kings sent out commissions to sheriffs across the land, demanding hundreds of thousands of geese be plucked. There is a dark humour in it. The peaceful, waddling goose, honking at the village pond, completely unaware that it is growing the guidance system for a missile that will one day strike a French count in the visor. But the Fletcher is picky. He cannot just grab a handful of feathers and glue them on. He knows a secret of aerodynamics that looks like magic. He must only use feathers from the same wing of the bird for a single arrow. If he uses 3 feathers from the left wing, the arrow will spin clockwise. If he uses 3 from the right, it spins counterclockwise. But if he mixes them, the arrow will wobble, drunk and confused, and fall harmlessly into the mud. So he meticulously sorts his stock, stripping the delicate veins from the quill with a razor-sharp knife. He prepares the glue, a noxious, sticky brew often made from bluebell bulbs or boiled animal hide, kept warm in a pot over a low fire. He attaches 3 fletchings to the shaft, the cock feather, which stands perpendicular to the nock, and the 2 hen feathers. To ensure they stay on during the violent acceleration of the release, he doesn't just trust the glue. He takes a fine silk or linen thread, often dyed red or green, and whips it spirally through the feathers, binding them tight to the wood. This whipping creates a beautiful candy cane spiral that adds a touch of colour to the deadly business. There is a scholarly debate here that adds a layer of chemical intrigue to the workshop. Historians have analysed the green residue found on ancient arrowheads and fletching glue, often identifying it as verdigris, a copper acetate compound. For years it was assumed this was just a pigment, a way to make the arrows look uniform or identify which sheaf belonged to which archer. But some modern researchers suggest a darker purpose. Verdigris is a fungicide. In the damp, mouldy conditions of a military campaign where arrows were stored in canvas bags and carted through rain for weeks, the glue would rot and the feathers would fall off. The copper poison kept the glue fresh. It was a preservative for the weapon, though if it happened to infect the wound of the enemy, that was merely a grim bonus. The Fletcher works with speed, for his quota is staggering. We are not talking about dozens of arrows, we are talking about millions. For the campaign of 1359 alone, the Tower of London ordered 850,000 arrows. By the time of the Agincourt campaign, the numbers were in the millions. Entire forests of ash were felled. Entire flocks of geese were plucked bare. The sheaf of 24 arrows was the standard unit, and these sheaves were packed into tons, barrels, and shipped like grain. The sheer logistics of this industry turned the romantic image of the lone archer on its head. This was mass production. This was the military-industrial complex of the 14th century, operating with a scale and efficiency that rivals a modern munitions factory. As the Fletcher sets the finished arrow on the rack to dry, take a moment to admire it. It is about 30 to 32 inches long, a cloth yard, the standard measurement for selling fabric. It is heavy in the hand, front-loaded, and balanced. It smells of the earth and the coop. When you run your hand down the shaft, it feels smooth, warm, and lethal. The feathers are stiff and bristly, ready to catch the air. When this arrow leaves the string, it will not fly silently. Movies often give us a clean whoosh sound, but a war arrow, with its large stiff feathers, makes a noise like tearing canvas or a sudden intake of breath. It hisses. It is a sound that, for 100 years, signalled immediate death to anyone on the receiving end. But the arrow is not yet complete. It has the engine, the bow, and the guidance system, the fletching, but it lacks its teeth. The Fletcher leaves the tip of the shaft tapered and bare, for the final component does not belong to the world of wood and feather. It belongs to the fire. The arrow needs a head, and not just any head. It needs a design capable of solving a very specific problem: how to kill a man who is wrapped in steel. We leave the sticky, feather-filled air of the Fletcher's hut and move toward the ringing sound of the anvil. The sky is darkening outside and the sparks are flying. We are about to witness the birth of the bodkin, the brutal, chisel-like point that ended the age of invincibility. The air changes instantly as we leave the Fletcher's workshop. The smell of glue and feathers is replaced by a thick, metallic taste in the back of your throat, the taste of coal dust and sulphur. The temperature rises, rolling over you in dry, stinging waves. We have arrived at the forge, the final stop on the assembly line of death. Here, amidst the rhythmic clang, clang, clang of hammers that sounds like a frantic heartbeat, the blacksmith is solving a problem that terrified the kings of Europe. The problem was simple. The enemy was becoming invincible. In the early days of medieval warfare, men wore chainmail, thousands of interlocking iron rings riveted together. It was excellent protection against a slashing sword. A blade would simply skate off the steel mesh. But as the longbow grew in power, armourers responded by adding solid plates of steel, greaves for the legs, vambraces for the arms, and eventually the solid breastplate. The old broadhead arrows, with their wide razor-sharp wings, designed to slice through deer, hide, and arteries. were useless against this new defence. When a broadhead hit a steel plate, the wide wings acted like brakes, dissipating the energy and often curling up like a dead leaf. The English needed a can opener. Enter the bodkin. Picture it in your mind. It is not beautiful. It is not elegant. If the broadhead is a shark's tooth, the bodkin is a rusty nail. It is a solid, four-sided spike of iron tapering to a needlepoint, looking less like a weapon and more like a chisel. And that is exactly what it was. The smith takes a piece of glowing iron, not expensive steel, for these are disposable munitions meant to be fired once and lost in the mud, and hammers it into a square profile. He is not trying to make it sharp in the way a knife is sharp. He is making it sharp in the way an ice pick is sharp. The physics are brutal and simple. By concentrating the entire 100-pound force of the bow into a tip no wider than a grain of rice, the bodkin creates immense pressure per square inch. When it strikes chainmail, it doesn't try to cut the rings. It punches through the centre of a ring, bursting the rivets, or simply wedges itself between them, spreading the mesh apart like a curtain to bury itself in the flesh beneath. Against plate armour, its job is harder. This brings us to a fascinating piece of historical metallurgy that explains how a cheap iron arrow could defeat expensive steel armour. The smith knows that soft iron will just mushroom against a helmet, flattening out harmlessly. But steel is too expensive to waste on 100,000 arrows, so he cheats. He uses a process called case hardening. He takes the finished iron arrowheads and packs them into a sealed clay box filled with a secret mixture of organic rubbish, old hooves, horns, bones, and leather scraps. He bakes this box in the forge for hours. As the organic matter burns, it releases carbon, which is hungry to bond with the iron. The carbon diffuses into the outer skin of the arrowhead, turning the surface into a thin layer of very hard, high-carbon steel, while the core remains soft and ductile iron. It is a brilliant budget-friendly composite. The hard outer shell allows the point to bite into armour without curling, while the soft core prevents the head from shattering on impact. It is the medieval equivalent of a depleted uranium tank shell forged in a shed full of burning hooves. You can imagine the smell, a pungent, acrid mix of roasting bone and hot metal that clings to the smith's hair and clothes. It is the scent of innovation. There is a scholarly battle raging over this very object, one that you might hear whispered at academic conferences or shouted by reenactors in muddy fields. It is the breastplate debate. Did the bodkin actually pierce the solid steel breastplates of the late 14th and 15th centuries? The romantic view says yes, that the longbow made all armour obsolete. The scientific reality is more complex. Modern tests show that a high-quality heat-treated breastplate with a curved surface, designed to deflect blows, could often bounce a bodkin arrow harmlessly away. The arrow would strike, spark, and skid off. However, medieval battlefields were not laboratories. Not every French knight could afford the Ferrari of armour from Milan or Innsbruck. Many wore wrought iron or low-quality steel. Many were tired, mud-spattered, and moving awkwardly. And even the best armour had gaps. The bodkin didn't need to punch through the thickest part of the breastplate to be lethal. It just needed to find the armpit, the groin, the visor, or the throat. Or, terrifyingly, it simply needed to pin the man to his own shield or saddle, rendering him immobile and helpless until the battle was over. The smith also crafted a particularly nasty variation known to historians as the Type 16. Imagine a bodkin point, but with small swept-back barbs at the base. This was a hybrid, sharp enough to pierce mail, but barbed enough to stay in. If a surgeon tried to pull it out, the barbs would catch, turning a clean puncture into a ragged butcher's shop. It was a weapon designed not just to kill, but to complicate survival. As the smith quenches the hissing heads in a bucket of oil, sending a plume of black smoke into the rafters, consider the scale of this operation. We are talking about millions of these heavy iron points. They were packed into barrels, heavy as lead, and carted to the coast. In the days before a campaign, the forges of London, Sheffield, and the Black Country would burn day and night. The sheer weight of iron shot into the air at battles like Crécy is staggering to calculate. Tons of metal mined from the earth, shaped by fire, and transferred into the bodies of the enemy. It represents a transfer of resources that is almost industrial. The arrow is now complete. We have the U-bow, the toxic spring. We have the ash shaft, the straight spine. We have the goose feathers, the guidance. And we have the case-hardened bodkin, the teeth. But as the smith wipes the soot from his brow and tosses another finished head onto the growing pile, a realization dawns. All of this engineering, the physics, the chemistry, the aerodynamics, is utterly useless without one final component. A gun can be fired by anyone who can pull a trigger. A crossbow can be wound by a winch, but a 120-pound warbow is an inanimate stick until it is met by a human being of extraordinary power. The weapon is not the object. The weapon is the man, and to create that man, to forge a population capable of using this heavy artillery, the King of England cannot rely on volunteers. He needs to change the very culture of his people. He needs to reach into their weekends, their games, and their leisure time, and steal it for the state. And so the camera moves from the heat of the forge to the cool, bureaucratic quiet of a scribe's desk, where a law is being written that will change the English Sunday forever. We leave the heat and noise of the smithy now, travelling on the back of a royal messenger's horse. He carries a leather satchel, and inside it is a roll of parchment sealed with red wax that will change the rhythm of English life for centuries. It is the year 1363, and King Edward III has a problem. He possesses the most effective weapon in the world, the longbow, but he knows a terrifying truth. The weapon is useless if his people forget how to use it. A sword can be picked up by a novice and swung with some effect. A spear can be thrust by a frightened peasant. But a warbow? If a man stops practicing for 6 months, his muscles atrophy. The knack is lost. The heavy draw, weight, becomes impossible. The weapon dies because the battery, the human body, has run flat. And Edward looks around his kingdom and sees distractions everywhere. He sees men playing handball, football, or hockey. He sees them coursing greyhounds after hares. He sees them rattling dice in taverns and fighting roosters in cockpits. Peace, paradoxically, is the enemy of the longbow. When there is no war, men naturally drift toward games that are easier, more fun, and less physically punishing than dragging 100-pound piece of yew to their ear. So, the king takes a quill and drafts a law that is breathtaking in its arrogance and its brilliance. He effectively nationalizes the leisure time of the entire male population. Imagine the scene on a Sunday morning. In a small English village, the church bells have just finished ringing for Mass. This is the only time off a peasant has. 6 days a week, he is bent over the plough, shearing sheep or threshing grain. Sunday afternoon is his golden hour, his moment to rest, to drink ale, to play a rowdy game of mob football where the ball is an inflated pig's bladder and the rules are practically non-existent. But then the sheriff arrives. He unrolls the parchment and reads the proclamation. Whereas the people of our realm, rich and poor alike, were accustomed formerly in their games to practice archery, whence by God's help it is well known that high honour and profit came to our realm. Now the said skill is, as it were, wholly laid aside. The crowd shifts uneasily. They know what is coming. The sheriff announces that under pain of imprisonment, every able-bodied man between the ages of 16 and 60 must now spend his Sundays and holidays practicing with the bow, and to ensure they do, the king bans everything else. No more football, no more handball, no more cockfighting or other such idle games. It is a buzzkill of historical proportions. Edward III essentially cancels the medieval equivalent of the Premier League and replaces it with mandatory military drill. Historians often chuckle at the list of banned games because it gives us a delightful glimpse into what medieval people actually wanted to do. They didn't want to stand in a muddy field shooting at a target. They wanted to gamble and wrestle. The fact that the king had to reissue this law again and again, Richard II, Henry IV, and eventually the Tudors, all passed similar acts, proves that the English people were constantly trying to sneak back to their football games. There is a wonderful human resistance here. We often picture the merry English archer as a patriot who loved his bow. The truth is, for many, it was a chore. It was homework. It was the government telling you that you couldn't watch the game on TV and had to go to the gym instead. But the brilliance of the law was that it worked. By forcing men to shoot every Sunday, the Crown created a massive, self-sustaining reserve of soldiers that didn't cost the Treasury a penny. A standing army is expensive. You have to feed them and house them. But a militia that lives at home, eats its own food, and trains itself on the weekends, that is a bargain. It turned the entire male population into a latent weapon, waiting to be activated. The law didn't just mandate that they shoot, it subtly dictated how they shot. Later, amendments would specify the minimum distance for the targets, ensuring that men didn't get lazy and shoot from close range just to look good. Henry VIII, a great lover of archery himself, later decreed that no man over the age of 24 could shoot at a target closer than 220 yards. Think about that distance. That is 2 modern football fields laid end to end. To hit a man-sized target at that range requires not just strength, but an intuitive understanding of trajectory, wind, and drop. It requires the artillery mindset. You are not shooting at the target, you are shooting to the target, lofting the arrow high into the air and letting gravity do the work. This mandated distance forced archers to practice the high angle shot, the exact technique needed to rain arrows down on a French army from afar. If they had practiced shooting flat at close range, they would have been useless at Agincourt. The law, in its strictness, was shaping the tactical doctrine of the future battlefield. There is a soft sensory shift that happens in England after this decree. The soundscape of the Sunday changes. The chaotic shouting and cheering of the football mobs fades away, replaced by a rhythmic, repetitive percussion. Thwip, thud, thwip, thud. It becomes the heartbeat of the Sabbath. In every town behind the church, the earth is dug up and piled into mounds. These are the butts, and they become the new social centre of the village. Even though it was mandatory, a culture of competition naturally grew. Human nature takes over. If you have to do something, you might as well be better at it than your neighbour. The village archer who could split a hazel wand at 100 paces became a local celebrity, a hero of the green. The best shots won prizes, sometimes a pewter spoon, sometimes a barrel of ale. The bow became a social passport. It blurred the rigid class lines of feudalism slightly. On the archery range, the miller's son might outshoot the knight's squire, and for that brief moment skill mattered more than birth. This Sunday decree is the reason those skeletons on the Mary Rose looked the way they did. You cannot develop os acromiale, that stress fracture in the shoulder, by fighting in a few battles. A battle lasts a day, a war might last a few months. But the bone deformation takes years of consistent, heavy load-bearing exercise during adolescence. It was the Sunday practice, starting from boyhood and continuing every week until old age, that warped their frames. The King's Law was written on parchment, but it was transcribed into the living cartilage of his subjects. It created a nation of specialists, a workforce, where the skill was killing. It is a sobering thought as we drift through this Sunday afternoon atmosphere. We see fathers teaching sons not out of a love for hunting, but because the sheriff is watching. We see the grumbling, the aching backs, the calloused fingers. We see the resentment of a people forced to arm themselves, slowly transforming into a pride in their unique prowess. England is becoming a loaded gun, and the trigger is being set in thousands of churchyards across the land. The law has cleared the field. The games are over. The targets are waiting. And now we must look at the specific structures that rose from the grass to catch these millions of arrows, the earthen altars of the archer's religion. If you were to walk through a modern English town today, glancing up at the street signs as you pass, you might stumble upon names that seem oddly out of place. Places like Newington Butts, Brent Butts, or simply the Butts. You might smile at the word, perhaps thinking it a quaint or slightly rude relic of Old English humour. But if you could peel back the layers of asphalt and concrete, stripping away the centuries like bed sheets, you would find yourself standing on the most important patch of grass in the medieval world. We have arrived at the village butt, the physical altar where the Sunday decree was worshipped. It is not a glamorous structure. There is no stone, no marble, no stained glass. It is simply a mound of earth, packed tight and covered in thick, coarse turf. It looks a bit like a prehistoric barrow, or perhaps a heavy brow rising from the flat face of the village green. But its design is a masterclass in frugality. The English peasant was poor, and a good arrow, as we saw in the Fletcher's workshop, took time and money to make. You couldn't afford to shoot it against a stone wall or a hardwood fence where the shaft might shatter or the delicate point might blunt. You needed a target that would catch the arrow like a catcher's mitt. The soft, yielding turf of the butt was perfect. It stopped the missile without killing it, allowing the archer to retrieve his arrow, wipe off the dirt, and shoot it again. Picture the scene on a Sunday afternoon. The air is filled with the low murmur of conversation, the bark of a stray dog, and the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of arrows impacting the earth. The butts are usually arranged in pairs, one at each end of the field. This is a crucial detail of the training. The archers do not shoot, collect their arrows, and walk back to the start. That would be a waste of energy. Instead, they shoot a flight of arrows at the far butt, walk the length of the field to retrieve them, turn around and shoot back at the first butt. It is a pendulum of practice, a constant flowing motion that mimics the advance of an army. This walking is part of the conditioning. Over the course of a Sunday, an archer might walk miles, carrying his heavy bow, pulling it again and again. It builds a specific kind of stamina, not the explosive speed of a sprinter, but the deep, plodding endurance of a steer. There is a subtle social geometry at work here too. The archery range was the great leveller of medieval society. In the church, the squire sat in the front and the miller sat in the back. But at the butts, the hierarchy was determined by who could hit the mark. The target itself was often a simple white disc of paper or cloth pinned to the turf, or sometimes just a prick, a hazel wand stuck into the mound. To split the wand was the ultimate feat, a moment of precision that would earn a nod of respect from even the haughtiest local lord. It was here, in the downtime between ends, that the village bonded. As men walked down the field to collect their shafts, they talked. They traded rumours about the harvest, about the plague, about the king's health. The butts were the village news feed, the place where the community knitted itself together. It's amusing to think that the reason the English were so cohesive on the battlefield was partly because they had spent every Sunday for 20 years gossiping with each other while pulling arrows out of the mud. However, historians offer a gentle correction to the idea that everyone loved this. We have court records of fines levied against men who tried to dodge the practice. 2 pennies, a decent sum for a labourer, was the standard penalty for truancy. It tells us that for many this was a burden. Imagine finishing a 60-hour week of backbreaking farm labour only to be told you must spend your one day off doing heavy weightlifting with a bow. There were surely groans, rubbed shoulders, and eyes rolled toward the sky when the church bells rang. Yet they did it. The fines were real, and the social pressure was worse. To be the only man in the village who couldn't draw a bow was to be an outsider, a weakling in a culture that fetishized strength. We must also distinguish between the two types of shooting that happened here. There was butt shooting for accuracy at close range, teaching the archer to pick his spot. But then there was clout shooting. For this, the men would turn away from the earthen mounds and look toward a simple white cloth, the clout staked into the ground nearly 200 yards away. This was the simulation of war. You couldn't aim at the clout. You had to aim at the clouds. You had to feel the wind, judge the arc, and loose the arrow blindly, trusting gravity to bring it down on the enemy. It is a beautiful, terrifying skill, more akin to artillery spotting than sniping. When you hear the phrase, hitting the clout, you are hearing an echo of these long Sunday afternoons. As the sun begins to dip lower, casting long shadows across the green, the shooting slows. The men are tired. Their fingers are sore. The earth of the butts is porcupined with holes, a testament to thousands of pounds of force delivered over a few hours. This landscape, the green field, the earthen mounds, the white cloth, is the factory floor of English military power. It is quiet now, peaceful, but the physical cost of this day is accumulating. Every draw of the string has left a microscopic tear in the muscle, a tiny stress on the bone. The men rub their shoulders as they head home to their cottages, perhaps joking about a missed shot, unaware that they are slowly, irrevocably changing their own physiology. We have seen the wood, the arrow, the law, and the field. Now we must go inward. We must slip beneath the skin and look at the biological machine that powers this weapon. For the longbow is not a rifle. It does not do the work for you. It is a leech that feeds on human energy. And to feed it, the human body must become something else entirely. We are going inside now. Beneath the rough wool of the tunic, beneath the sweat-stained linen shirt, and beneath the skin itself, we are shrinking down to observe the biological machinery required to operate the engine we have spent so long describing. To look at a longbow on a museum wall is to see a dormant stick, but to see it in action is to witness a feat of biomechanics that borders on the superhuman. Close your eyes and imagine the sensation of weight. If you go to a modern gym and pick up a dumbbell weighing 100 pounds, roughly 45 kilograms, you will struggle to lift it with one hand. It is heavy, dense, and unyielding. Now, imagine holding that weight, not at your hip, but holding it back by your ear, with your other arm fully extended, holding the weight away from you. This is the reality of the warbow. The draw weights of the bows found on the Mary Rose were estimated not at the polite 40 or 50 pounds of modern target archery, but at a staggering 100 to 180 pounds. To draw such a weapon is not a matter of pulling. It is a total body commitment. The motion begins not in the arms, but in the feet. The archer plants his legs wide, rooting himself into the mud. He is not standing sideways like a fencer. He is facing the threat, his body coiled. As he raises the bow, the movement is a synchronized explosion of tension. He does not just pull the string back with his right hand, he pushes the bow forward with his left. It is a violent expansion, like a man trying to tear a phone book in half. The muscles of the back, the massive latissimus dorsi, the diamond-shaped trapezius, and the deep rhomboids between the shoulder blades do the heavy lifting. These are the muscles of a labourer, the muscles used for ploughing, lifting timber, and wrestling. A modern bodybuilder might have large biceps, but a medieval archer would have a back like a topographic map of mountains and valleys. The right arm is merely a hook, connecting the power of the back to the string. If he tried to pull with his bicep alone, the muscle would tear. As the string comes back to the ear, the anchor point, the body reaches a critical state of stress. The skeleton effectively locks into place. The left arm, holding the bow, becomes a solid column of bone, the elbow joint fully extended and rotated to avoid the slap of the string. The shoulder joint is compressed with hundreds of pounds of force. The chest is expanded, the ribs flaring as the archer takes a sharp intake of breath. This is the moment of maximum potential energy. The human body has become part of the weapon, a biological strut holding the stored violence of the yew tree. And he must hold it. He must hold this immense weight steady while his eye calculates the arc, the wind, and the movement of the enemy. The shaking that would naturally occur, the shakes, must be suppressed by years of conditioning. There is a fascinating scholarly argument here regarding the technique used. Victorian reenactors often assumed the T-draw, starting with arms out and pulling back. But biomechanists and historians studying the Mary Rose skeleton suggest a different method for such heavy weights, the layback. The archer would lean his upper body forward as he started the draw, and then lean back against the weight of the bow, using his own body mass as a counterweight to bring the string to the ear. It is less of a pull and more of a leverage, using the spine as a fulcrum. This explains the spinal twisting found in the skeletons. They were literally levering the bow open with their vertebrae. It was a technique of efficiency, allowing a 150-pound man to master a 150-pound bow. But the physical cost goes beyond just the muscles. Think of the energy required to shoot a sheaf of 24 arrows in a battle. Drawing that weight every time is equivalent to lifting tons of material. The calorie burn would have been immense. These men were engines that required fuel. The muscle of iron was built on a diet that might surprise us. Heavy, dense pottage made of peas, beans and oats, massive loaves of dark bread, maslin, and gallons of weak ale. It was a carbohydrate-heavy, protein-rich fuel source designed for endurance. The archer didn't need the lean definition of an athlete. He needed the thick, insulating bulk of a bear. He needed reserves. When we picture the English army marching to Agincourt, we shouldn't picture starved waifs, but rather broad, thick-set men, their bodies hardened by a life of labour that makes modern CrossFit look like a warm-up. This physiology created a psychological effect as well. When you know you possess the strength to kill from a distance, it changes how you walk. It changes how you look at a knight. For centuries, the feudal system told the peasant he was weak, dependent, and lesser. But the longbow whispered a different story to his muscles. It told him that he was strong. It told him that with this piece of wood, he was the equal of any man in plate armour. The physical empowerment led to a quiet, simmering confidence that would eventually shake the foundations of medieval society. The yeoman class was rising, carried on shoulders that had been widened by the law and hardened by the yew. As we linger on this image of the archer at full draw, the veins bulging in the neck, the face grimacing with effort, the leather of the finger tab creaking under the strain, we realize that we are looking at a loaded spring. The potential energy is at its peak. The arrow is anxious to leave. The bow is screaming to return to its shape. And the man is the only thing holding it all together. He is the trigger. And soon he will release. But he will not release in a practice field. He will not release at a paper target. We are about to travel north to a hillside near the Scottish border, where this physical strength will be tested not against hay, but against flesh. The training is over. The Sunday games are done. The king has called the levies, and the first true test of the living arrow is about to begin. The muscle memory has been built. The Sunday practice is over. The bows have been tallowed, the strings waxed, and the sheaves of arrows packed into carts. We are moving now, marching north with the tramping feet of thousands of men, leaving the green, manicured fields of the southern shires for the wild, craggy borderlands where England meets Scotland. The year is 1333. The air here is colder, sharper, smelling of heather and damp peat. We stand at the foot of a place that history often forgets, overshadowed by the giants of Crecy and Agincourt. Yet it is here, on a grassy rise called Halidon Hill, that the English longbow truly cleared its throat and announced itself to the world. King Edward III is young, just 20 years old, and he is burning with a cold, focused rage. He remembers the humiliation of Bannockburn, where his father's army was dismantled by Scottish spears. He is determined that this time the script will be different, and it will be different because he has brought the living arrows we have watched being forged. Picture the geography. It is July, but this is the Scottish border, so the ground is likely soft and treacherous. The English army has taken the high ground, a classic, almost boring military advantage, but one that Edward exploits with a new kind of genius. He does something that would have made his grandfather's knights choke on their wine. He orders his knights to get off their horses. This is a profound psychological moment. By dismounting, the nobility are telling the peasant, "Archers, we are staying here. We are not riding away if this goes wrong. We stand with you." It bonds the army into a single, immovable block. Edward arranges his forces in 3 divisions, and on the flanks of each division he places wings of archers, jutting out like the teeth of a harrow. This formation creates a deadly funnel. Any enemy attacking the centre will be caught in a crossfire, shot not just from the front, but from both sides. Below them, the Scottish army, led by Archibald Douglas, looks up. They are numerous, brave, and full of the fierce momentum that had defeated the English before. But between them and the English line lies a bog, a sodden, marshy trap. To get to the enemy, the Scots have to wade through the muck, slow and vulnerable, and then climb the hill. It is a suicide mission, but medieval warfare often mistook suicide for bravery. The Scots begin to advance, and then the order is given. Not a shout, perhaps, but the dip of a banner or the blast of a trumpet. And the English archers, thousands of them, step forward. They do not fire at will, they fire as one. This is the moment the cloud is born. We often use the phrase "a cloud of arrows" as a metaphor, but at Halidon Hill it was a physical reality. Observers describe the sky literally darkening. The sound is what stays with you. Not the twang of a single bow, but a noise like a massive tearing sheet of canvas, followed by the hiss of thousands of angry geese. Thwip hiss, thwip hiss. It is rhythmic, it is industrial. The Scots, wading through the bog, look up to see death arriving in a parabolic arc. The arrows do not just kill, they disrupt. They hit faces, unarmoured limbs, and the few horses that are present. The advance stalls. Men stumble over fallen comrades. The mud turns red, and still the arrows come. A good archer can loose 10 to 12 arrows a minute. With thousands of archers, that means tens of thousands of missiles are falling into a confined space every 60 seconds. It is a zone of absolute denial. The contemporary chroniclers, who usually focused on the deeds of knights, were forced to write about the archers with a mix of horror and awe. One account says the arrows flew as thick as motes in a sunbeam. Another simply notes that the Scots turned their faces away as if walking into a storm of sleet. It is a chilling image, tough, hardened warriors physically flinching, unable to look forward because the air itself has become sharp. The Scots never really reached the English lines in good order. They were broken before they could swing a sword. When the English knights finally remounted and charged down the hill to finish the job, It was barely a battle. It was a harvest. Historians debate the exact casualty numbers, as medieval riders were notoriously bad at math, often inflating enemy dead to biblical proportions while claiming they only lost Steve from accounting. But the consensus is that the Scottish army was annihilated while the English losses were negligible. Halidon Hill was the proof of concept. It taught Edward III the English system: dismount the heavy infantry to hold the line, use the terrain to funnel the enemy, and let the longbows do the killing, work from the flanks. It was a tactical revolution. It shifted the power from the shock of the charge to the attrition of the projectile. It turned war into a math problem. Distance plus volume equals victory. As night falls over the border, the moans of the wounded rising from the bog, the English archers relax their strings. They are tired. Their fingers are likely bleeding or blistered, despite the calluses. But there is a new mood in the camp. They realize what they have done. They have stopped a dedicated, rushing army without barely drawing a sword. They look at their yew-staves with a new respect. The weapon works. And King Edward, looking out over the carnage, realizes he has a key that can unlock not just Scotland, but perhaps a much larger prize across the Channel. He sees that he doesn't need to fear the heavy cavalry of France, the greatest power in Christendom. He just needs enough yew, enough geese, and enough Sunday afternoons. The tragedy of Halidon Hill is that it was a lesson the Scots would have to learn again and again. But for the English, it was the graduation ceremony. The living arrows were ready. The system was proven. And now, the eyes of the king turn south. The Longbow is about to go on a holiday, a very violent, muddy holiday to the continent. But before it can dominate the fields of France, it has to survive a very different element. We are leaving the hills and the heather. We are going to the coast, because the next great test of the longbow will not be on solid ground, but on the heaving, wooden decks of a navy at war. The smell of wet wool and heather fades, replaced by the sharp, stinging scent of brine, tar, and rotting seaweed. We are leaving the solid earth behind and stepping onto the heaving, unpredictable wooden world of the English Channel. It is June 24th, 1340. The 100 Years' War, a conflict that will define the longbow, is in its infancy. King Edward III, emboldened by his success in Scotland, has declared himself the rightful King of France. But there is a massive wooden obstacle standing between him and his prize. Anchored in the estuary of the Swin near the port of Sluys, in modern-day Netherlands, lies the great fleet of France. It is a terrifying sight. Hundreds of ships, their masts like a stripped forest, creating a floating barricade that blocks the trade routes and threatens England with invasion. The French have been raiding the English coast for months, burning towns like Southampton and Portsmouth. Now Edward has come to return the favour, but he brings a weapon the French admirals do not fully understand. They are used to naval battles being messy, hand-to-hand brawls, essentially land battles that happen to be wet. They expect grappling hooks, boarding planks, and swords. They do not expect the floating battery. As the English fleet approaches, the sun is glinting off the water. Edward, showing a tactical patience that belies his youth, waits. He waits for the tide to turn. He waits until the afternoon sun is behind him, shining directly into the eyes of the French. It is a move of blinding brilliance, literally. The French, meanwhile, have made a catastrophic error. Their admirals, Hugh Quieret and Nicolas Béhuchet, have decided to chain their ships together, prow to stern, creating a massive, immobile wooden wall. They believe this will make their line unbreakable, a floating fortress. To the English archers, standing on the decks of their cogs, shading their eyes against the glare, it looks like something else entirely. It looks like a target range. By chaining their ships, The French have robbed themselves of mobility. They cannot manoeuvre, they cannot chase. They can only sit and wait to be hit. The battle begins not with a crash of timber, but with a sound we are now familiar with. The high-pitched hiss of the goose feather. The English ships do not rush to board. They hang back, drifting within lethal range, but out of reach of the French grappling hooks. The longbowmen, perched high in the castles, the wooden towers built onto the bow and stern of the ships, begin their work. On land, an archer can retreat. At sea, there is nowhere to hide. The French decks are crowded with men-at-arms and Genoese crossbowmen. The crossbow is a powerful weapon, deadly and accurate, but it has a fatal flaw in this specific duel. It is slow. To reload a heavy crossbow, a man must often place his foot in a stirrup and crank a winch. It takes time, 10, maybe 20 seconds. In that time, an English archer has loosed 3 arrows. The math of Halidon Hill repeats itself on the water. The rate of fire superiority of the longbow overwhelms the slower, heavier crossbows. The chronicler Jean Froissart, who never missed a chance to describe a good slaughter, wrote that the arrows flew so thick that it seemed as if it were snowing. Imagine the psychological terror on the French ships. You are trapped on a wooden platform, chained to your neighbour. You cannot move. And from the enemy ships, death is arriving in a relentless stream. The arrows plunge down from the high English castles, finding the gaps in armour, piercing the leather jerkins of the sailors, and pinning hands to rudders. The Genoese crossbowmen are suppressed. They cannot stand up to win their weapons without catching an arrow in the face. The decks of the French ships become slippery with blood, making footing treacherous for the knights trying to hold their shields up. It is a massacre at a distance. The English are effectively softening up the target with artillery before the infantry goes in. Only when the return fire from the French ships has slackened to a pathetic trickle does Edward give the order to close in. The English ships crash into the French line, grappling hooks fly, but the men leaping across the gunwales are not meeting a solid wall of fresh defenders. They are stepping over the dead and the dying. The battle turns into a rout. The French, panic-stricken and realizing their wooden wall has become a wooden cage, begin to jump overboard, but their armour drags them down to the silt of the estuary floor. The victory is so absolute that it creates a grim joke among the English sailors. If the fish in the harbour of Sluys could speak, they would speak French, for they have feasted on so many of them. There is a historical debate here about the role of the Christopher. This was a massive English ship that had been captured by the French the year before and was proudly displayed in their front line. The English were obsessed with retaking her. When they finally boarded the Christopher, reclaiming her for the crown, the cheers were reportedly louder than the battle itself. It was a moment of national redemption. But Sluys was more than just a morale boost. It was the moment the longbow proved it was amphibious. It showed that this weapon system was adaptable. It didn't need a hill or a hedge, it just needed a line of sight. The destruction of the French fleet at Sluys did something crucial. It gave England command of the Channel. For the next few decades, the narrow sea was effectively an English moat. This meant that Edward could land his armies in France whenever and wherever he chose. He had the initiative. The longbow had bought him the ticket to the continent. As the sun sets on the burning, splintered wreckage of the French navy, the English archers rest their arms. The sea is red. The way is open. They have defeated the enemy on the water, but the real prize, the heart of France itself, lies inland. They will now have to carry their bows not just across the waves, but across the burning fields of Normandy. The chevauchée, the great raid, is about to begin. The salt spray of slies has dried on the skin, and 6 years of uneasy manoeuvring have passed. We jump forward now to July 12th, 1346. The channel is calm, a sheet of grey glass, but it is crowded with the hulls of 750 ships. King Edward III is done with skirmishes. He is done with proxy wars in Brittany. He is bringing the full weight of the English war machine directly to the doorstep of the French king. The destination is the Cotentin Peninsula, a beak of land jutting out from the Normandy coast. As the keels grind into the sand of Saint-Vaast-la-Hougue, we witness a moment that changes the social contract of warfare. In the old tales, an invasion was a matter of knights riding out to meet knights, but here, stumbling off the boats into the surf, are thousands of archers. They are not carrying heraldic banners. They are carrying stakes, hammers, and bundles of linen. They are professional soldiers, recruited not just by feudal obligation, but by indenture, a contract. They are here to get paid, and they are here to get rich. This landing marks the beginning of the chevauchée, a word that sounds elegant in French, but translates to something purely brutal, a promenade of destruction. Edward's strategy is not to siege every castle he sees. That takes too long. His goal is to embarrass the French king, Philip VI, by proving that Philip cannot protect his own people. The English army is going to burn a scar across the face of France, and the match that lights the fire is the longbowman. As the army moves inland, the narrative shifts from the glory of combat to the grim efficiency of economic warfare. The archers fan out. Their job is to loot, to burn, and to destroy the tax base of the enemy. Imagine the sensory overload of the march. It is high summer. The dust kicked up by thousands of feet coats the back of the throat. The air smells of crushing grain and burning thatch. For the archer, this is a strange, delirious holiday. Back home in England, he is a peasant, subject to laws that tell him what he can wear and what he can eat. Here, in the rich, undefended countryside of Normandy, he is a god. We see archers not just carrying their bows, but laden with souvenirs, silver cups stuffed into tunics, bolts of fine cloth wrapped around their waists, perhaps a stolen chicken hanging from a belt. There is a dark humour in the accounts of these men, who lived on pottage at home, suddenly feasting on the rich wines and soft breads of Normandy. They are tourists with torches. But beneath the looting, there is a hard, professional discipline. This is not a mob. It is a moving city. The logistical tale of this army is a marvel. There are mobile smithies to repair arrowheads, fletchers working on wagons to repair flights, and wagons piled high with spare yew-staves. The archer is a valuable asset, and he is maintained. Yet the march is grueling. They are covering 10, sometimes 15 miles a day, loaded with gear. The archer's kit is a study in minimalism. He wears a hacketon or a padded gambeson, a jacket made of layers of linen stuffed with wool or horsehair. It is poor man's armour, but effective. The padding can stop a sword cut or a spent arrow. On his head, he wears a skull cap of iron or perhaps a simple boiled leather helmet. He carries a sidearm, a short sword, a falchion, a heavy cleaver-like blade, or a simple majestic mallet used for driving stakes. He is a light infantryman, designed for speed and violence. As they march closer to Paris, the smoke from the burning villages creates a signal that cannot be ignored. King Philip is gathering his host. The French army is mobilizing, and it is massive, far larger than Edward's force. The myth of the English invader often paints them as confident conquerors, but the reality of 1346 was far more desperate. Edward had poked the bear, and now the bear was awake. By late August, the English army is running. They are trapped. To the north is the sea, to the south is the massive French army, and blocking their path is the river Somme. The bridges have been destroyed or heavily guarded. The English are cornered. This brings us to one of those cinematic moments where history hinges on a single conversation. Edward needs a ford. He needs to cross the river before the French catch him. He finds a local peasant, a man named Goben Agas, and offers him a choice: gold and freedom for a route across the water, or death. Goben talks. He tells the king of a place called Blanche-Tac, white spot, where the river bottom is hard, white chalk, and the water is shallow enough to wade at low tide. The crossing at Blanche-Tac is a prelude to the horror to come. The English rush the ford at low tide, the water swirling around the archers' waists. They have to hold their bows high above their heads to keep the strings dry. A wet string is a dead string. On the other bank, a French blocking force is waiting. The archers, shivering and wet, scramble up the slippery chalk bank and unleash a storm of arrows to clear the way. They force a passage just as the tide begins to rush back in, cutting off the pursuing French army behind them. It is a miraculous escape, straight out of an adventure novel, but it is only a temporary reprieve. They are across the river, but they are tired. The dysentery, the bloody flux, is starting to whisper through the camp. They are out of food. The wine is gone. The looted treasures have largely been abandoned in the mud to lighten the load. They are in a forest near a small village called Crécy-en-Ponthieu. Edward looks at his men. He sees the exhaustion in their eyes, the slump of their shoulders. He knows they cannot run anymore. He decides to stop. He chooses a ridge, a gentle slope that overlooks a valley. He orders the men to sit, to eat what little they have, and to wait. The date is August 26th, 1346. The sky is turning a bruised, angry purple. A thunderstorm is brewing, heavy with rain and electricity. The archers uncase their bows. They check their strings. They plant their stakes in the ground. They are about to face the full might of the French chivalry, the greatest heavy cavalry in the world. The looting is over. The burning is done. The living arrows have been forged, marched, and tested. Now, on this wet hillside, they will either break the back of the Middle Ages, or they will be trampled into the mud of Ponthieu. The wait is the hardest part, the silence before the thunder. The sky above the ridge of Crécy is no longer just grey. It is black, bruised with the violence of a late summer storm that seems to mirror the tension on the ground. It is late afternoon, roughly 4 or 5 o'clock. The English army has been waiting for hours, sitting on the grass, eating morsels of bread, checking their equipment with the calm of men who have nowhere left to run. But below them, the valley is filling with a chaotic, shimmering noise. The French have arrived. They have not arrived in good order. They have spilled onto the battlefield in a disorganized, arrogant torrent, the nobles jostling for position, eager to be the first to whet their swords. King Philip VI, seeing the English waiting so insolently on the hill, attempts to halt his army to rest for the night, but the commands are ignored. The bloodlust is too high, the pride is too brittle. The rearguard pushes the vanguard forward until the entire mass of French chivalry is seething at the foot of the slope. But before the knight's charge, Philip plays his opening card. He sends forward his specialists, 6,000 Genoese crossbowmen. These are not feudal levies. They are the finest missile troops in Europe, mercenaries paid to kill with mathematical precision. They march forward, their heavy crossbows resting on their shoulders. But there is a fatal problem, a detail of logistics that will cost thousands of lives. In the rush to attack, their parvises, the great rectangular shields that protect them while they reload, have been left behind on the baggage wagons miles away. They are naked. As they advance, the heavens open. A torrential rainstorm lashes the field, soaking the earth, the men, and crucially, their weapons. Here lies the technological tragedy. The string of a crossbow is a thick cord of hemp or sinew. When it gets wet, it stretches. It becomes slack. The English longbowmen, watching the rain sweep over the valley, simply unstring their bows or tuck the strings under their waterproof caps, their bicockets, or inside their tunics. They keep their powder dry, so to speak. The Genoese have no such luxury. Their strings soak up the water like sponges. The storm passes as quickly as it arrived, leaving the field glistening and steaming. The sun bursts through the clouds hanging low in the west, shining directly into the eyes of the Genoese and illuminating the English on the ridge in a golden spotlight. The stage is set. The Genoese give a great shout, a hooing or hooting noise intended to terrify the English. They shout once, step forward, silence from the ridge. They shout again, step forward, silence. They shout a third time, raise their weapons, and loose. The result is pathetic. The wet strings lack the snap required to throw the heavy bolts up the hill. The missiles fall short, thudding harmlessly into the mud of the English slope. A ripple of confusion goes through the Italian ranks. And then, the English line moves. It is a subtle movement, just a single step forward by thousands of men. The chronicler Froissart describes what happens next with a phrase that has echoed through history. The English archers stepped forward one pace and let fly their arrows so wholly and so thick that it seemed as if it was snow. This is the moment the debate between the crossbow and the longbow was settled, not by power, but by volume. The crossbow is a sniper rifle, powerful, accurate, slow. The longbow is a machine gun. While a Genoese soldier is struggling to span his weapon, placing his foot in the stirrup and straining with his back, the Englishman has already loosed 3, 4, 5 arrows. The air above the Genoese turns dark. They are not hit by individual shots. They are hit by a sheet of iron. Imagine standing in that front line. You have no shield. The sun is blinding you. And suddenly, the sky is raining bodkin points. They punch through the quilted jackets, through the mail coifs, through the flesh of arms and throats. The Genoese force, arguably the best in the world moments ago, disintegrates in seconds. Panic takes hold. They turn to run. They have done their best. They have been failed by their equipment and their employers, but their nightmare is only beginning. Behind them, the French nobility are watching. These knights, bred on stories of Roland and Arthur, view the retreat of the mercenaries not as a tactical withdrawal, but as cowardice. They are disgusted. The Count of Alençon, seeing the Italians clogging up the field, screams an order that encapsulates the arrogance of his class. Kill me these rascals, for they stop up our road without any reason. What follows is a scene of horrific fratricide. The French knights lower their lances and charge, not at the English, but into the backs of their own allies. They trample the Genoese, they spear them, they hack them down to clear a path to the ridge. From the English position, it must have looked like madness. The enemy is killing itself, but the English do not pause to applaud. They simply adjust their aim. The cloud shifts. The archers are now firing into a chaotic, churning mass of horseflesh, Italian infantry, and French nobility. This is the kill zone in its purest form. The arrows do not need to pierce the best armor to be effective. They strike the horses. A horse hit by an arrow does not die quietly. It rears, it screams, it thrashes. It becomes a 1,000-pound obstacle. The French charge stalls in a wall of writhing animals and dead mercenaries. Historians still argue about the exact mechanics of the arrow supply during this battle. With the rate of fire reaching tens of thousands of arrows per minute, the archers would have emptied their quivers in minutes. We must imagine young boys, pages or runners, scuttling back and forth from the supply wagons, carrying bundles of sheaves, risking death to keep the battery fed. It was a logistical bucket brigade operating in the middle of a slaughter. The ground in front of the English line begins to look like a pincushion. The mud is so thick with arrows that men cannot walk without stepping on shafts. And yet, the French keep coming. This is the terrifying thing about the medieval mindset. To retreat is shame. To die is glory. They organise charge after charge. Some sources say as many as 15 distinct waves, riding over the bodies of their friends, slipping in the blood and mud, pushing uphill into the blinding sun and the biting iron. But the longbow has changed the geometry of the battlefield. The charge, once the irresistible hammer of war, has been rendered obsolete by a piece of yew wood. The knights cannot close the distance. They are being dismantled by men. They cannot even reach to strike. The flower of French chivalry is being gardened, pruned, and cut down by the weeds of England. As the sun finally sets and the twilight deepens, the fighting devolves into a series of grim, confused skirmishes in the dark. The English men-at-arms, who have barely struck a blow, finally step down from the ridge. They move among the piles of dead and dying, using their misericords, long, thin daggers named after mercy, to finish off the wounded knights or take them prisoner for ransom. But for the archers, the work is done. They stand amidst the piles of spent arrows, their arms trembling with the lactic acid burn of drawing the bow thousands of times. They are covered in soot, mud, and the grease of the string. They look down at the carnage in the valley, the destruction of the greatest army in Europe, and they realize that the world has changed. The knight is no longer the master of the field. The peasant with a bow has taken the crown. But the night is not over. The true cost of this victory will be counted in the morning, when the heralds walk the field to identify the dead, and the magnitude of the slaughter becomes clear. We have witnessed the thunder. Now we must look at the wreckage of the storm. The thunder has passed. The screams have faded. We are standing in the grey, ghostly light of the morning after. It is August 27th, 1346. The valley below the ridge of Crécy is no longer a battlefield. It is a graveyard of an era. The silence is heavy, broken only by the cawing of crows and the soft, squelching footsteps of English soldiers moving through the mist. They are not marching now, they are gleaning. This is the grim reality of medieval victory. The archers, who yesterday were distant executioners, are now intimate with their victims. They move among the tangled piles of men and horses, pulling arrows out of corpses to clean and reuse, and cutting purses from belts. But as they turn over the bodies, checking for the heraldic surcoats that mark a man as worth a ransom, they realize the magnitude of what they have done. They haven't just defeated an army, they have decapitated a society. Lying in the mud, stripped of their dignity, and often their armour, are the great names of Europe. The Duke of Lorraine, the Count of Alençon, the Count of Flanders. These were men who believed they were chosen by God to rule. Men whose ancestors had ridden down peasants for centuries without consequence. Now they lie dead, killed by anonymous pieces of iron fired by men whose names will never be recorded. It is a profound shock to the medieval system. War was supposed to be a game of chess between aristocrats, where you captured the opponent's king and ransomed him back for a polite sum. The longbow turned the chessboard over. It didn't care about bloodlines. It didn't care about ransoms. It was an indiscriminate leveller. The archer could not see the coat of arms from 300 yards away. He just saw a target. Amidst this wreckage, the English soldiers find a sight that silences even the rowdiest looter. They find a knot of knights all dead, their horses tied together by their bridles. In the centre of this tragic circle lies an old man. He is blind. This is John of Bohemia, one of the most famous knights in Christendom. Despite being unable to see, he had demanded to be led into the fight, telling his companions, Let us go forward, so that I may strike one blow with my sword. His knights, loyal to the end, tied their horses to his so they wouldn't lose him in the chaos, and rode into the storm of arrows together. They all died together. It is a heartbreaking image of the old world, brave, romantic, foolish, and utterly doomed against the cold efficiency of the new weapon, the blind king charging a machine gun. There is a famous legend here, one that historians and heralds love to debate. It is said that the young Black Prince, Edward III's son, who had commanded the English vanguard, was so moved by the blind king's bravery that he adopted John's emblem, 3 white ostrich feathers, and the German motto Ich dien, I serve. To this day, the Prince of Wales uses this badge. While some scholars argue the emblem actually came from a different lineage, the story persists because it feels poetically true. It represents the transfer of power, the old chivalry dying in the mud, and the new, ruthless English efficiency picking up its feathers to wear as a trophy. The casualty count is staggering. While the English lost perhaps a few hundred men, the French lost thousands. Some chronicles claim 1,500 knights and lords fell, along with untold numbers of infantry and crossbowmen. It was a demographic catastrophe for the French nobility. Entire family lines were extinguished in a single afternoon. The flower of chivalry had not just been cut, it had been mulched. The longbow had proven that a trained peasant was superior to a trained lord. This terrified the ruling classes of Europe. If a commoner could kill a king, then the entire social hierarchy was fragile. The arrow that pierced the breastplate also pierced the myth of divine right. As King Edward walks the field, he is sombre. He does not celebrate wildly. He understands the gravity of the slaughter. He orders a truce so the French can bury their dead. The local monks are overwhelmed. They dig great pits, mass graves that will eventually be forgotten under the plough, only to be rediscovered centuries later by farmers turning up rusty spurs and arrowheads. The English army is tired, bloodied, but transformed. They are no longer an invading force. They are a legend in the making. They have faced the best the world could throw at them and destroyed it without breaking formation. But the war is not over. The destruction of the French army at Crécy leaves the door to France wide open. But Edward knows he cannot conquer the whole kingdom with one victory. He needs a foothold. He needs a port. And so, the army turns north toward the coastal city of Calais. The living arrows are about to face a new challenge, not a battle of movement, but a grueling, year-long siege that will test their patience and their stomachs more than their aim. The dominance of the mounted knight is dead, left to rot in the valley of the Somme. The age of the infantryman has dawned, and as the English columns form up to march again, the archers look at each other with a new understanding. They are the masters of the field now. The bow in their hand is no longer just a piece of wood. It is the scepter of a new kind of power. 10 years have burned away since the slaughter at Crécy. The longbow has not been idle, but the world around it has darkened. The Black Death has swept across Europe, killing perhaps a third of the population, leaving villages silent and fields overgrown. But war, like a stubborn weed, has returned to the cracks in the pavement. We find ourselves now in the sweltering late summer of 1355, far from the grey mud of northern France. We are in the south, in the rich sun-drenched region of Languedoc. The air here usually smells of lavender, thyme, and ripening grapes. Today, it smells of ash. The living arrows have returned, but this time they are moving with a terrifying new speed. Leading them is a figure who has become a dark legend in his own lifetime, Edward of Woodstock, the eldest son of Edward III, known to history and to our nightmares as the Black Prince. He is 25 years old, tall, handsome, and utterly ruthless. He has taken the tactical lessons of his father and sharpened them into a razor. He is not here to conquer castles. He is here to break the bank. The strategy is the Grand Chevauché, a great ride. It is economic terrorism on a grand scale. The English army is tearing through the French countryside like a bushfire, burning mills, smashing wine presses, and torching granaries. The logic is cold and modern. The King of France relies on taxes from these rich lands to fund his war. If there is no harvest, there is no tax. If there is no tax, there is no French army. The English archer, therefore, has become an arsonist. He walks with a bow in one hand and a torch in the other. But look closely at how these men are moving. They are not trudging through the dust on foot, as they did before. They are on horseback. This is the evolution of the weapon system. The English have realized that a walking archer is slow, but a mounted archer is a strategic ghost. They ride cheap, sturdy ponies, hobbies, that allow them to cover 30 miles a day, striking deep into enemy territory and vanishing before the local militia can mobilize. Note the distinction, however. They are not Mongols. They do not shoot from the saddle. The longbow is too big. The mechanics too complex for a moving platform. They are dragoons. They ride to the battle, dismount, form their deadly line, and fight on foot. Then they remount and ride away. This mobility makes them impossible to pin down. They are a fluid plague. There is a scholarly debate that hovers around the prince himself like smoke. Why do we call him the Black Prince? You might picture him in jet black armour, a Darth Vader of the Middle Ages. But there is no contemporary evidence he ever wore such a suit. The term doesn't appear in writing until the 16th century, well after his death. Some historians argue it refers to his black soul, his brutality in campaigns like this one, or the infamous massacre at Limoges, which modern research suggests might be exaggerated propaganda. Others suggest it comes from his heraldry, a black shield with 3 white feathers used in tournaments. Whatever the truth, the name stuck because it fits. To the French peasants watching their winter food supply go up in smoke, he was a figure of pure darkness. The atmosphere of this raid is one of sensory confusion. It is a beautiful landscape being systematically ruined. The archers are looting with a frenzy that speaks of men who know they might die tomorrow. They are loading their wagons with carpets, jewels, and furs. But the most valuable loot is the prisoner. The archers have learned that a captured merchant is worth more than a dead one. The war has become a business. We see the yeoman class becoming wealthy. A successful archer could return to England with enough silver to buy a farm, build a house, and marry well. The longbow is not just a weapon of war, it is an engine of social mobility. It is lifting men out of serfdom, one ransom at a time. But the French are not asleep. While the Black Prince burns the south, the new King of France, John II, known as John the Good, though perhaps John the Unlucky would be more fitting, is gathering a massive army to the north. He is determined to catch this bandit prince. The raid of 1355 turns into the campaign of 1356. The Black Prince turns north, his wagons heavy with loot, his men tired and rich, trying to link up with English forces in Normandy, but he is too slow. The French army, shedding its heavy baggage and marching with furious speed, outmaneuvers him. As the English cross the Loire River, the trap snaps shut. They are cut off. The French army, huge, fresh, and hungry for revenge, is blocking the road home near the city of Poitiers. The Black Prince is cornered. He is outnumbered, perhaps 2 to 1, possibly more. The looting is over. The holiday in the sun has ended. The English archers have to drop their torches and check their bowstrings. They are miles from home, deep in enemy territory, with their backs to a forest and a sea of French steel in front of them. The prince tries to negotiate. offering to return all the stolen loot and sign a 7-year truce. But King John refuses. He wants the prince in chains. He wants to crush the myth of the longbow once and for all. The mood in the English camp on the night of September 18th, 1356, is grim. They are thirsty. Water is scarce. They are running low on arrows. This is not the prepared position of Crécy. This is a desperate stand in a hedge-lined vineyard. But the Black Prince walks among his men, cool and terrifyingly calm. He knows something the French do not. He knows that desperation is the best fuel for the longbow. A man fighting for a bag of gold fights hard. A man fighting for his life fights harder. The sun rises on a misty Monday morning. The prince orders his men to form up behind a long, thick hedge. It is a natural barricade, a gift from the landscape. He hides his archers in the marshy ground on the flanks. He waits. The French are coming on foot this time, having learned, they think, the lesson of Crécy. They are walking into the kill zone, but the Black Prince has one more trick up his sleeve, a trick that relies on the very thing that makes the longbowman so dangerous, his ability to think for himself. The mist lifts off the fields of Maupertuis, revealing a landscape that looks less like a battlefield and more like a garden. The English army is tucked away behind a long, thick hedge that runs along a sunken lane. To the French knights looking across the valley, it seems like a cowardly hole to hide in. But to the archers, peering through the tangled roots and thorns, it is a fortress. It is September 19th, 1356. The Black Prince has chosen his ground with the eye of a predator. He knows that the French have learned, or think they have learned, from Crécy. King John II has ordered his knights to dismount, believing that if they walk to the English line, their horses won't be shot from under them. He has turned his army into a massive, glittering tortoise of steel. But the prince has turned the vineyard into a maze. The ground is soft, uneven, and choked with vines. A man in 60 pounds of plate armour walking through mud is already fighting a battle against gravity before he even swings a sword. The battle opens with a deception. The prince makes a feint, moving some baggage wagons, as if he is trying to slip away. The French vanguard, seeing their prey escaping, loses its discipline. A group of mounted knights, the marshals, charges forward, desperate to pin the English down. They thunder toward the hedge. This is the moment the archers have been waiting for. They are positioned in a hearse formation, a sawtooth or harrow shape, on the flanks. As the horses scramble up the slope, the longbows sing. But this time, the narrative shifts. The French armour is better than it was at Crécy. The chroniclers tell us that the arrows initially shattered against the hardened steel of the breastplates or skidded off the curved helmets. The bodkin point was meeting its match. But the archers, veterans of 100 skirmishes, adjusted instantly. They stopped aiming for the chest. They aimed for the horses' unarmoured flanks and legs. The charge collapsed into a screaming tangle of horseflesh in the narrow lane. The lane became a cork, blocked by dead animals and flailing knights, trapping the rest of the French army behind it. Then comes the main event, the slow, terrifying advance of the French infantry. Thousands of dismounted knights, the flower of the nobility, marching shoulder to shoulder. They are fresh, angry, and heavily armoured. As they trudge up the slope, the archers rain death upon them, but the arrows are running low. This is the crisis point of Poitiers. We often imagine the longbow as an infinite well of ammunition, but here the terrifying reality of logistics set in. The archers began to run out of arrows, and this is where the yeoman myth becomes a gritty reality. When their quivers were empty, the archers did not flee. They ran out from behind the hedge into the kill zone to pull arrows out of the dead and dying bodies of the first wave. They were scavenging ammunition in the middle of a melee. When even those scavenged shafts were gone, they did something even more shocking. They dropped their bows. They drew their short swords, their bucklers, and their heavy lead mallets. They charged. Imagine the sight. A knight in full Milanese plate, exhausted from trudging through a muddy vineyard, his visor narrow and stifling, suddenly swarmed by 3 or 4 lightly armoured archers. They are faster than him. They are more agile. They strike at his joints, at the back of his knees, at the gaps in his visor. They hammer him to the ground. It was a brawl of lions against wolves. The English archers proved that they were not just missile troops, they were total soldiers, capable of fighting in the mud with a savage intimacy. The living arrows had become hammers. The climax of the battle centres around King John himself. He is fighting on foot, swinging a heavy battle axe, surrounded by his enemies. His 14-year-old son, Philip, stands beside him, shouting warnings. "Father, guard to the right. Father, guard to the left." Oh, it is a touching human moment in the centre of the slaughter, but the king is overwhelmed. He is not taken by a noble peer. He is swarmed by a mob of archers and men-at-arms, all screaming for his surrender, all realising that this man represents a fortune in ransom. The King of France, the most powerful monarch in Christendom, is dragged away into captivity. The head of the snake has been cut off and put in a bag. The aftermath of Poitiers is hard to comprehend. The English army, exhausted and outnumbered, has not only won, they have captured the jackpot. The archers, who had started the day fearing death, ended it drinking the king's own wine and trying on the velvet surcoats of dukes. The social order was turned upside down. We have accounts of common archers selling high-ranking French knights to their captains for huge sums, effectively trading human beings like livestock. The victory was total. France was left without a king, without an army, and without a government. The country descended into chaos. But the most profound change was inside the archers themselves. They realized that the divine right of the nobility was a lie. They had seen a king beaten into submission by commoners. They had seen that a sword and a title offered no protection against a well-placed hammer or a swarm of determined men. This realization is dangerous. A peasant who knows he can capture a king is no longer just a peasant. He is a political force. As the English army marches slowly back to Bordeaux, weighed down by gold and prisoners, the seeds of a different kind of conflict are being sown. The archers are returning home as heroes, but they are also returning as men who know their own worth. And when a government tries to tax men who know their own worth, the result is not obedience, it is revolution. The Longbow has conquered France. Now it is about to turn its gaze inward, toward the very lords who created it. The ships return to Sandwich and Southampton, riding low in the water. They are not heavy with stone or grain, but with the spoils of a shattered kingdom. The year is late 1856, and England is experiencing a strange, intoxicating vertigo. The men walking down the gangplanks are not the same men who left. They went away as ploughmen, hedgers and shepherds, men defined by the dirt under their fingernails and the rent they owed to their lords. They return as something else. They are wearing fur-lined cloaks cut from the shoulders of French counts. They have silver goblets stuffed into their packs, and in their belts they carry purses heavy with the ransom of blood. We have entered the golden age of the yeoman. This word, yeoman, is shifting under our feet. It once meant a servant, a helper in a noble household, but the Longbow has hammered it into a new shape. It now means a free man, a landowner, a professional soldier who owns his own weapons and knows his own worth. The longbow has done what no sermon or law could do. It has created a middle class. Imagine the scene in a tavern in a small English village. A man sits by the fire. He is missing a few teeth, perhaps, and his face is weathered by the sun of Aquitaine. He throws a French écu, a gold coin, onto the table to pay for his ale. The locals stare. This is the local archer, back from the wars. With his wages of 6 pence a day, double what a labourer earns, plus his share of the loot, he has earned more in one campaign than his father earned in a lifetime. He is not going back to being a serf. He's going to buy land. He's going to build a house with a chimney, a shocking luxury. He's going to eat meat every day. The economic landscape of England is being rewritten by these returning veterans. They are buying their freedom from feudal labour services. They are leasing the domain lands of the lords who died or went bankrupt. The three estates, those who pray, those who fight, and those who work, are blurring. The archer works and he fights. He is a disruption in the divine order. The crown sees this and panics. The government passes sumptuary laws, striving to keep everyone in their assigned box. These laws dictate exactly what fabric and colour a person can wear based on their income. They forbid commoners from wearing silk, velvet or fur. But the yeomen laugh at these laws. You cannot tell a man who has held the King of France prisoner that he cannot wear a velvet hat. If you walk through London in the 1360s, you see archers strutting in outrageous hose of red and blue, wearing daggers that are too long and hoods that are too fancy. They are the nouveau riche of the 14th century, loud, confident, and heavily armed. This is the era that gives us the most famous literary portrait of the archer. Geoffrey Chaucer, in his Canterbury Tales, introduces us to the yeoman. He is not a ragged peasant. He is a figure of impeccable professionalism. He is clad in coat and hood of green. He carries a sheaf of peacock arrows, bright and keen, and a mighty bow. He wears a silver St. Christopher medal and carries a sword, a buckler, and a sharp dagger. His face is brown as a berry. Chaucer respects him. He is the image of competence. This literary snapshot confirms what the tax records tell us. The archer has become a distinct, respectable, and prosperous rung on the social ladder. But this prosperity has a dark side. The countryside is filling with men who are trained to kill. They are not docile. They are litigious, stubborn, and quick to anger. Court records from this period are full of yeomen suing their neighbours, challenging local authority, and poaching the king's deer. Why shouldn't they? They have poached the King of France's deer in Normandy. Why not the King of England's deer in Sherwood? The myth of Robin Hood begins to evolve during this time, shifting from a generic outlaw tale to a specific fantasy about a yeoman archer who defies corrupt authority. It is the story the yeomen tell themselves. It reflects their new reality. They are the backbone of the nation's defence, yet they are still ruled by a corrupt aristocracy. As the archer sits by his new hearth, restringing his bow, he looks at his hands. They are the hands of a killer, yes, but they are also the hands of a voter in the village assembly, a juror in the local court, and a father who can afford to apprentice his son to a trade. The longbow has brought him dignity, but peace is a fragile thing. The war in France flares up and dies down like a coal in the wind. And when the war stops, the paychecks stop. In 1360, the Treaty of Bretigny brings a sudden jarring peace to Europe. Thousands of archers are suddenly unemployed. They are in France, far from home, with weapons in their hands and no one to pay them. They do not all come home to become farmers. Some of them look at their bows and realise that if the kings won't pay them, someone else will. The golden age is about to turn into a mercenary nightmare. The yeoman is about to become a free companion, and he is taking his skills on a road trip to the richest, most chaotic place on earth. Italy. The Treaty of Bretigny in 1360 brought peace to France, but for the English archer, peace was a disaster. Imagine being a factory worker whose factory suddenly closes, but your only skill is operating a machine that kills people. You are in a foreign country, thousands of miles from home, you have no pension, you have no job, but you do have a longbow, a sword, and a group of friends who are equally dangerous and equally unemployed. The result was a social phenomenon that terrified Europe, the free companies. These were not armies serving a king, they were roving corporations of violence. They elected their own captains, signed their own contracts, and declared war on anyone who couldn't pay them to go away. And the most famous, most disciplined, and most feared of them all was the White Company. They were called the Campagna Bianca because of the terrifying polish of their armour. In an age where soldiers were often ragged and rusty, these men spent their downtime burnishing their breastplates until they shone like mirrors. When they marched, they looked like a river of quicksilver. They were led by a man who is perhaps the greatest English anti-hero of the Middle Ages, Sir John Hawkwood. To the Italians who couldn't pronounce his harsh consonantal name, he was Giovanni Acuto, John the Sharp. It was a fitting name. Hawkwood was arguably an Essex tailor's son who had risen through the ranks of the Longbowmen to become a knight. He was not a romantic figure, he was a CEO. He treated war with the cold transactional logic of a modern contractor. He didn't fight for patriotism, he fought for the florin. We find the White Company crossing the Alps, leaving the picked-over carcass of France for the rich, chaotic buffet of Italy. Italy in the 14th century was not a country. It was a collection of wealthy city-states, Florence, Milan, Pisa, Siena, all hating each other, all incredibly rich, and all terrible at fighting. Their citizens were too busy making money and painting masterpieces to endure the mud and blood of war. So they hired foreigners to do it for them. When Hawkwood and his thousands of English archers arrived, it was as if a pack of wolves had been let loose in a sheep pen. The Italians had never seen anything like the longbow. Their own crossbowmen were slow and static. The English archers, however, brought a terrifying mobility. But here is the interesting tactical evolution. In Italy, the longbow changed. Hawkwood realised that in the confined agricultural landscapes of Tuscany, the cloud of arrows wasn't always the decisive factor, so he adapted. He combined his archers with heavy infantry in a unit called the lance, 3 men, 2 men-at-arms and a page to look after them. The English archers in the White Company became hybrid soldiers. They would soften the enemy with arrows, then sling their bows, draw their heavy swords, and charge on foot. They introduced a brutality that shocked the Italians. Italian mercenary warfare was often a bit of a performance. Lots of manoeuvring, few casualties, everyone home for dinner. The English played for keeps. They fought at night, they fought in winter, they didn't take prisoners if it slowed them down. A contemporary chronicler noted with horror, "They are men of great strength and courage, but they are also ogres who eat children." They didn't actually eat children, but the fact that the rumour existed shows the level of fear they inspired. Hawkwood played the market masterfully. He would sign a contract with Pisa to attack Florence. Then when the contract expired, he would sign with Florence to attack Pisa. He was loyal only to the ink on the parchment. At one point, the Pope tried to hire him. When the Pope couldn't pay, Hawkwood simply occupied a papal town and refused to leave until the Holy Father pawned his church plate. It was a racket, pure and simple, but it was a racket backed by the most effective weapon system in the world. The longbowmen of the White Company lived like kings. They demanded the finest wines, the best cuts of meat, and double pay for dangerous work. They were the rock stars of the mercenary world, trashing hotel rooms across Tuscany. Yet, despite the cynicism, There was a strange honour among them. The White Company was famous for never breaking a contract once signed. In a land of treachery and poison, Hawkwood's word was iron. This English fidelity became part of their brand. You paid a premium for the White Company because you knew they wouldn't switch sides in the middle of the battle, unless, of course, the contract had expired 5 minutes ago. Hawkwood became so wealthy and powerful that he eventually settled down in Florence, married an illegitimate daughter of the ruling Visconti family, and died a respected statesman. The city of Florence was so grateful for his services, or perhaps just relieved he was dead, that they commissioned a massive fresco of him in the Duomo. If you visit Florence today, you can still see him, painted by Paolo Uccello, riding high on his horse, the Essex archer looking down on the city he protected and exploited. But while Hawkwood and his men were drinking Chianti and terrorizing popes in the sun back in England, the mood was turning dark. The war with France had restarted, but it was going badly. The raids were failing. The French were refusing to fight open battles, hiding in their castles and letting the English armies starve in the scorched fields. The cost of the war was spiralling out of control. And who had to pay for it? The people. The Crown, desperate for money, introduced a new kind of tax, the poll tax. It was a flat tax, levied on every adult regardless of income. The rich paid a groat, the poor paid a groat. It was profoundly unfair, and the government made a fatal mistake. They forgot that the poor they were taxing were the same men they had spent 50 years training to be lethal. They were taxing a population that had a longbow in every cottage and a sword under every bed. The yeomen, who had learned their worth in France and Italy, were not about to be treated like serfs again. The living arrows were about to turn around and point at the very heart of the English establishment. The return of the weapon to its own soil would not be a parade. It would be an insurrection. The summer of 1381 is hot, stiflingly hot, and the air in the villages of Kent and Essex is thick with a different kind of poison. We have watched the English crown spend 50 years carefully constructing a machine. They took the common man, fed him, trained him, armed him, and taught him that he was the equal of any French knight. They forged a weapon of mass destruction out of the peasantry. Now, in this sweltering June, the king and his advisors are about to discover the catastrophic flaw in their design. You cannot teach a man to kill princes abroad and expect him to be a docile serf at home. The machine is about to turn around and point its barrel at its creator. The peasants' revolt is often depicted in school books as a chaotic riot of dirty farmhands waving pitchforks and scythes. This is a lie. The peasants marching on London in 1381 were not a rabble. They were the veterans of Crécy and Poitiers. They were the village archers, the constables, and the stewards. They didn't carry pitchforks, they carried the longbows that the law required them to own. The spark, as it so often is in history, was a bad tax. The young king, Richard II's government, desperate to fund the failing war in France, introduced the poll tax, a flat levy of 1 shilling on every adult. It was the third such tax in 4 years, and for the yeoman class it was an insult. They had bled for the king's grandfather. Now the king's uncles wanted to pick their pockets. When the tax collectors arrived in the village of Brentwood to demand payment, they weren't met with bowed heads. They were met by men who knew how to organise a defence. The uprising spread with the speed of a signal fire, and here is where the terror set in for the nobility. The rebels were moving in formation. They were marching under captains. They were sending letters to one another, coded poetic messages written by the radical priest John Ball, speaking of John Shep and Piers Plowman. This was a military operation. As the Great Society, as they called themselves, marched on London, they didn't just loot indiscriminately. They had specific targets. They hunted the men responsible for the corruption of the realm, the lawyers, the tax collectors, and the ministers. When they reached the capital, the city's defences, which should have been impregnable, simply melted away. Why? Because the men manning the walls were the same class of men as the ones marching outside. They lowered the drawbridge of London Bridge. The weapon of the state had become the enemy of the state. The destruction of the Savoy Palace, the home of the hated John of Gaunt, the king's uncle, is a perfect vignette of their discipline. They burned it to the ground, smashing furniture and tearing down tapestries. But, and this is the crucial detail, they stole nothing. One man, who was caught trying to hide a silver goblet in his tunic, was seized by his comrades and thrown into the fire along with the cup. "We are zealots for truth and justice, not thieves and robbers," they shouted. It was a terrifying display of moral superiority. They were using the violence they had learned in France to cleanse England of its own rot. The climax of this surreal week comes at Smithfield, a flat open space just outside the city walls. On one side sits the King, Richard II, a boy of only 14, surrounded by a terrified knot of nobles. On the other side stands the rebel army, thousands of archers with their bows strung, arrows nocked, waiting for the order to loose. In the middle rides Wat Tyler, the leader of the revolt. He is likely an ex-soldier, perhaps a former camp follower, or a Tyler who had seen service. He treats the king with shocking familiarity, shaking his hand, calling him brother, and demanding a drink of water. He presents a list of demands that would effectively end feudalism. No more serfdom, no more lordship, cheap land for all. It is a manifesto of the yeoman. But the tension is too high. A scuffle breaks out. The Mayor of London, William Walworth, losing his nerve or perhaps seizing a moment, draws his dagger and slashes Tyler across the neck. The rebel leader falls. This is the hinge of history. The thousands of archers see their captain go down. You can hear the sound of thousands of bowstrings being drawn back, the creak of yew that usually signals the death of a French army. The king's life hangs by a thread. The nobility of England is one command away from being wiped out. And then Richard II does something extraordinary. He spurs his horse forward, riding alone toward the line of bent bows. He is a child, but he is a Plantagenet. He raises his hand. "Sirs, will you shoot your king?" he cries. "I will be your captain. I will be your leader. Follow me." It is a bluff of magnificent courage. The archers, conditioned by decades of loyalty to the crown, hesitate. The instinct to obey the king overrides the instinct to kill him. They lower their bows. They follow him away from the city, into the fields of Clerkenwell, where they are surrounded by hastily gathered loyalist troops and eventually dispersed. The revolt was crushed. The promises Richard made were broken immediately. Serfs you were, and serfs you are. You shall remain in bondage, not as before, but incomparably viler, he famously told them later. The hangman went to work. But despite the brutal repression, the peasants' revolt changed everything. The government stopped trying to levy the poll tax. The wages of the archers and labourers continued to rise. The lords realised, with a deep and lasting chill, that they were living on top of a powder keg. They could not rule by force alone, because the force belonged to the people. The longbow had democratised violence. This moment leaves a scar on the English psyche. It creates a lingering suspicion of the common soldier among the elite. They need him, but they fear him. They have to keep training him to fight the French, but they nervously watch him on Sundays, wondering what he is whispering to his neighbour at the butts. The longbow has proved it can unmake a government as easily as it can make an empire, but as the 14th century bleeds into the 15th, the internal fires of revolt dampen down, smothered by the return of an old distraction. A new king takes the throne, a usurper, Henry IV, followed by his son, a grim, scarred young man named Henry V. The Crown decides that the best way to stop Englishmen from shooting at their landlords is to give them a target across the Channel again. The living arrows are getting restless. It is time to point them at France one last glorious time. The road to Agincourt is opening, but it will not be a march of conquest. It will be a death march, led by a king who knows exactly how to wield the weapon his ancestors forged. The smoke of the peasants' revolt has long cleared, and the calendar has turned to September 1415. We are back in France, but the air does not smell of victory or looted wine. It smells of sewage. We are standing outside the walls of the port town of Harfleur, at the mouth of the Seine. King Henry V, for a man with a face scarred by an arrow wound from his youth, and eyes that burn with a fanatical, almost monastic intensity, has finally taken the town. But the victory has been a disaster. The siege took too long, 5 weeks in the baking heat of late summer, and in the stagnant ditches and crowded latrines of the English camp, a microscopic enemy has bloomed, far deadlier than any French night. The medieval chroniclers called it the bloody flux. We call it dysentery. It is a disease that liquefies the body from the inside, stripping a man of his strength, his dignity, and finally his life. It has torn through the ranks of the archers like a scythe. We must strip away the Shakespearean gloss here. When we think of Henry V's army, we often picture the band of brothers, noble and eager. The reality of the column that limps out of Harfleur on October 8th is a horror show. They are not marching to conquer. They are marching to survive. Henry has decided to make a dash for the safety of Calais, an English stronghold 100 miles to the north. It is a gamble of staggering arrogance. He has sent his sickest men home by ship, leaving him with a skeleton force, perhaps 6,000 archers and 1,000 men-at-arms. They are gaunt, hollow-eyed, and carrying only what they can put on their backs. This is not an army on campaign. It is a mobile hospital ward attempting a marathon. The march is a nightmare of logistics and endurance. The heavens open, as they so often do in English military history, and the roads turn to glue. The men are walking 15-18 miles a day in driving rain, but for the archer suffering from dysentery, walking is an inadequate word. Every step is an agony. The disease causes uncontrollable, violent cramping and diarrhea. There's no time to stop. There are no sanitary wagons. To stop is to be left behind, and to be left behind is to be captured by the French peasants who are shadowing the column, eager to slit the throats of stragglers. So, the archers make a grim practical decision. They take their knives and cut away their breeches. They cut off their underwear. They march with their lower bodies exposed, their legs streaked with filth, their dignity abandoned in the mud. This is a crucial image to hold in your mind. These men are not the dandy yeomen of the 1360s in their red and blue hose. They are feral. They are stripped down to the absolute biological essential, a pair of arms to draw the bow and a pair of legs to keep moving. They are suffering in a way that is hard for us to comprehend, yet they do not throw away their weapons. The bow is their only passport home. They wrap their bowstrings in oiled linen to keep them dry, tucking them inside their tunics, against their skin, keeping the weapon warm while their own bodies freeze. It is a testament to the discipline forged by the Sunday decree. The man may be falling apart, but the archer is still functional. Henry IV rides among them, not in a carriage, but on a horse, sharing the rain and the hunger. He is a harsh leader. When one archer is caught stealing a copper pyx, a small box for the communion host, from a church, Henry has him hanged in front of the entire army. "We are not thieves," he seems to say. "We are instruments of God's justice." It is a terrifying standard to hold a starving army to, but it holds them together. They fear the French, yes, but they fear their own king more. The French, meanwhile, are not idle. They have learned from the past. They do not attack the English immediately. They shadow them. They move parallel to the English march on the other side of the River Somme, mirroring their movements like a predator stalking a wounded deer. Henry is trying to find a crossing, just as his great-grandfather Edward III did before Crécy. But every bridge is broken. Every ford is guarded by a wall of French spears. The English are forced to march further and further inland, away from Calais, deeper into the trap. The food runs out. They are eating nuts, berries, and raw strips of beef from the few cattle they can find. The men are drinking river water, which only fuels the dysentery. There is a scholarly debate about Henry's mindset during this march. Was he a strategic genius luring the French into a fight, or was he a desperate commander who had lost control of the situation? Most modern historians lean toward the latter. The march to Calais was supposed to be a quick up yours to the French, a show of defiance. It turned into a death march. Henry was outmaneuvered. The French were forcing him to go where they wanted him, to a narrow bottleneck in the north. Finally, near the town of Voyenne, they find a causeway that the French have neglected to destroy. It is a broken, marshy crossing, but it is enough. The English army scrabbles across the Somme, exhausted and shivering. They turn north again, hoping the way is clear. But the French are ahead of them. As the English crest a ridge near the village of Blangy, the scouts come galloping back, their faces pale. "Sire," they report, "mountains of steel." The French army, huge, fresh, and magnificent, is blocking the road to Calais. They are sitting across a narrow gap between two woods near a castle called Agincourt. There is no way around them. The English cannot run. They are too sick. They cannot negotiate. Henry has claimed the French crown, an insult that can only be answered in blood. They are trapped. The night of October 24th, 1415, settles over the camp. It is pouring rain again. The English archers settle into the mud. They are silent. Contemporary accounts tell us that the French camp, a mile away, was loud with the sounds of partying, gambling, and knights placing bets on who would capture the English king. The English camp was so quiet that the French thought they had snuck away in the night. But they hadn't. They were confessing their sins. They were fletching their arrows. They were eating their last scraps of food. Imagine the physical state of the man sitting in the dark. He has dysentery. He is likely feverish. He hasn't eaten a full meal in weeks. He is cold to the bone. He is outnumbered 5-1, perhaps more. By all the laws of war, he is already dead. He is a walking corpse. But as he sits there, checking the knock of his arrow, feeling the familiar grain of the ash shaft, something settles in his gut. It is not hope, exactly. It is a cold, hard resolve. He has walked 200 miles through hell to get here. He has lost his friends to the flux. He has lost his breeches. He has lost everything except this piece of yew and the string that sings. He has nothing left to lose. And a man with nothing left to lose is the most dangerous creature on earth. The king walks by, a dark shape in the rain. He doesn't offer them gold. He doesn't offer them land. He offers them a chance to die well. That he, which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart, Henry will famously say, in Shakespeare's version at least. But nobody leaves. The trap is shut. The living arrows are cornered, and tomorrow, St. Crispin's Day, they will finally be released. The sun does not burst over Agincourt. It bleeds into the sky, a pale sickly grey filtering through the low clouds. It is the morning of October 25th, 1415, the feast day of Saints Crispin and Crispinian, two Roman martyrs, who, fittingly, were shoemakers, patrons of the humble working man. But there is no feasting here. The light reveals the full, terrifying geography of the trap. The English army is standing at the bottom of a narrow corridor of farmland. To their left is the dark, tangled woodland of Tramecourt. To their right, the woods of Agincourt. Between these two walls of trees lies the battlefield, a strip of open ground perhaps 1,000 yards wide, freshly ploughed for winter wheat. But the ploughing was done weeks ago, and the incessant October rains have turned the exposed soil into a glutinous, sucking clay. It is not just mud, it is a trap, waiting for heavy feet. The English archers, shivering in their tunics, their breath pluming in the cold air, look across this brown expanse. At the far end, perhaps a mile away, stands the enemy, and the sight is enough to stop a man's heart. The French army is a wall of steel. There are thousands of banners fluttering in the wind, a forest of lances, and the dull gleam of plate armour stretching as far as the eye can see. Estimates vary wildly. Some say they outnumbered the English 3-1, others 5-1. Some legends say 10-1, but the math doesn't matter to the man standing in the mud. What matters is that the horizon is solid with men who want to kill him. King Henry rides along the line. He is mounted on a small grey horse today, not a war horse. Perhaps to show he is one with his infantry. He wears a polished helmet encircled by a gold crown, a target, yes, but also a beacon. He speaks to the men. He does not give the flowery poetic speech Shakespeare would later write for him. There is no band of brothers soliloquy here. His words are harder, simpler, and more desperate. He reminds them that the French have boasted they will cut off the 3 drawing fingers of every captured archer, ensuring they can never pull a string again. It is a brilliant piece of psychological manipulation. He turns their fear of mutilation into a defiant rage. He tells them that surrender is not an option. For the nobles, yes, there might be ransom. But for you, for the archer, there is only the knife. You fight, or you lose your hands. This threat, whether true or a fabrication of English propaganda, ripples through the ranks. It stiffens the spines of men who can barely stand from dysentery. Then, the order is given to prepare the defences. Every archer reaches down and picks up the strange, heavy piece of wood he has been carrying for days. A 6-foot stake, sharpened to a point at both ends. This is Henry's innovation, likely stolen from the Turkish tactics he had read about. The archers move forward, jamming the stakes into the soft earth at a 45-degree angle, pointing toward the enemy. They pound them in with mallets, creating a chevaux de frise, a hedge of thorns. It is a crude, portable fortification. To a man on foot, it is nothing, a stick to step over. But to a horse galloping at 30 miles an hour, it is a death sentence. It is a spear in the chest. The archers stand behind this wooden porcupine, checking their footing. They loosen the sheaves of arrows, thrusting them into the ground point down or laying them on the grass for easy reaching. They rub wax on the strings one last time. They test the tension. The waiting begins. And they wait and wait. For 4 agonizing hours, nothing happens. The French, having learned the lesson of Poitiers, are content to sit and starve the English out. They know Henry's army is dying of disease. Why fight when you can just wait for the flux to finish the job? This silence is the most dangerous moment of the battle. The adrenaline begins to fade, replaced by the gnawing cold and the rumble of empty stomachs. Henry realizes he is losing. If he stays here, his army will dissolve. He has to do something insane. He has to provoke the giant. Around 11 a.m., the king gives an order that makes his commanders gasp. "Banners! Advance!" He orders the archers to pull up their stakes, their only protection, and walk forward. Imagine the tension. 5,000 archers, many without pants, wading through knee-deep mud, carrying their bows and their heavy stakes, moving closer to the enemy. They are walking into the jaws of the French army. If the French cavalry charges now, while the archers are exposed and moving, the English will be trampled in seconds. It is a gamble of breathtaking recklessness. The archers trudge forward, their eyes locked on the French line, waiting for the thunder of hooves, but the thunder never comes. The French commanders are arguing among themselves. They are disorganized, arrogant, perhaps confused by the audacity of the move. They watch the English advance and do nothing. The English stop. They are now within extreme bowshot, perhaps 250 or 300 yards from the French front line. They hammer their stakes back into the mud. They are now in range. The trap is reset, but this time the bait is closer. This brings us to a moment of folklore that historians still argue about with a wry smile. The V sign. The legend goes that the archers, having planted their stakes, raised their two drawing fingers, the index and middle finger, at the French, waving them in the air to say, "Look, we still have them, come and get them." It is the supposed origin of the rude two-fingered salute used in Britain today. While there is no contemporary evidence for this specific gesture happening at Agincourt, it likely belongs to later myth-making. The spirit of it is undeniably true. There was a palpable sense of mockery. The archers were taunting the heavy steel wall in front of them. They were inviting the attack, and finally the provocation works. The French can take it no longer. They see this ragged band of sick peasants standing just a few hundred yards away, insolently within reach. The discipline of the French line snaps. The heavy cavalry on the flanks, the elite shock troops, begin to move. It starts as a low rumble, vibration in the soles of the feet. Then the shout goes up, "Montjoie, Saint-Denis!" The knights spur their horses. The mud flies. They are charging. But the ground has betrayed them. The heavy war horses, carrying men encased in 80 pounds of plate, sink into the clay. The charge is not a gallop. It is a slow, heaving struggle. They are moving in slow motion. The English archers watch them come. They do not fire yet. They wait. They wait for the range to close. They wait for the heavy breathing of the horses to reach them. The king raises his baton. A shout ripples down the line. A single word that releases all the fear, all the hunger, all the anger of the march. Knock! 5,000 hands reach to the ground, grab an arrow, and snap it onto the string. The sound of 5,000 arrows clicking onto the wood at once is like the breaking of a dry branch in a quiet forest. Draw! The air fills with the creak of yew, a groan of immense tension. Loose! And with that, the waiting is over. The silence of the morning is shattered by the hiss of the first volley. The sky darkens. The grey dawn is blotted out by a cloud of ash and feathers. The living arrows are in the air. The Battle of Agincourt has begun, not with the clash of swords, but with the sound of physics, biology, and history colliding in the grey sky. The arrows arc upward, pausing for a split second at the apex of their flight, before turning their iron heads downward, hungry for the steel, moving slowly through the mud below. The first volley lands. It does not sound like a battle. It sounds like a hailstorm on a tin roof. Clack, 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 thud. The arrows strike the moving wall of steel, sparking off helmets, shattering against breastplates, and burying themselves in the wet earth. But enough of them find their mark. They find the unarmoured legs of the horses. They find the open visors of knights who looked up at the wrong moment. The front line of the French charge does not crash into the English stakes. It dissolves. The horses, maddened by the pain of barbed arrows in their flanks, do exactly what the English hoped they would do. They refuse to go forward. They rear. They scream. And they turn sideways, crashing into the horses behind them. The momentum of the charge is instantly reversed. The French knights in the second wave are not fighting the English. They are fighting their own panic-stricken cavalry, which is trampling them into the mud. But the arrows do not stop. The English archers have found their rhythm. They are now shooting into the brown, firing not at individual targets, but simply pouring volume into the chaotic mass in front of them. The air above the battlefield is permanently grey with shafts. A skilled archer can keep 3 arrows in the air at once. Multiply that by 5,000 men. It is a conveyor belt of iron. The French are trapped in a terrifying geometric vice. The woods on either side of the field act as walls, funneling the massive French army into a narrowing kill zone. As the rearguard pushes forward, eager to get to the fight, they crush the vanguard against the English line. The pressure is immense. Men are lifted off their feet by the crush of bodies. Knights in full armour are suffocating, unable to expand their chests to breathe, pinned upright by the weight of their own comrades. They are dying without ever being hit by a weapon. The cloud of death changes the nature of the battlefield. It creates a zone of absolute denial. The French cannot organise. Every time a knight tries to lift his visor to shout an order, an arrow finds the gap. The bodkin points are doing their gruesome work, punching through the lighter armour of the shoulders and thighs, pinning arms to sides, nailing feet to the ground. The mud, churned up by thousands of hooves and boots, becomes a knee-deep quagmire of blood and clay. Men who slip fall into the muck and cannot get up. They are trampled or simply drown in the sludge, weighed down by their expensive steel shells. Then the unthinkable happens. The archers run out of arrows. The piles of sheaves on the ground are gone. The battery is empty. But just like at Poitiers, the English yeomen do not retreat. They see the French knights flailing in the mud, exhausted, trapped like turtles on their backs. The archers drop their bows. They pick up their lead mallets, the same heavy hammers they used to drive the stakes. They draw their short swords and their daggers, and they vault over the stakes. This is the phase of the battle that shocked the chroniclers most. Lightly armoured men, unencumbered by plate, swarming over the heavy cavalry. The archers are nimble. They move over the mud while the knights sink into it. They work in packs. One archer knocks a knight down with a mallet, blow to the helmet. Another finds the gap in the armour with a dagger. It is brutal, industrial butchery. The French knights, trained for noble duels, do not know how to fight these wild men who strike at the groin and the eyes. The archer's hatchet, used for cutting wood, becomes a terrifying weapon against armour, hooking into joints and prying plates apart. The flower of French chivalry is being dismantled by the men who shear sheep. In the centre of this carnage, King Henry fights on foot, defending his wounded brother Humphrey. The king's helmet is dented by a mace blow. One of the gold fleurs-de-lis on his crown is sheared off. It is a brawl in a slaughterhouse, but the outcome is already decided. The French numbers, which should have been their strength, have become their tomb. The pile of dead bodies in front of the English stakes grows so high, a man's height, according to one source, that the English soldiers have to climb on top of the corpses to fight the men behind them. It is a wall of dead protecting the living. By early afternoon, the noise begins to fade. The French rearguard, seeing the massacre of their vanguard, melts away. The field is left to the English. The silence that follows is heavy and appalling. The ground is carpeted with the dead, perhaps 6,000 Frenchmen, including the Constable of France, 3 dukes, and hundreds of counts. The English losses are miraculously low, perhaps a few hundred, though the exact number is debated. The Duke of York is dead, not by a sword, but crushed to death in the press of bodies. But the archers? Most of them are still standing. They are covered in blood, mud, and filth. They are leaning on their mallets, breathing hard. They look at each other, their eyes wide in their dirt-streaked faces. They have done the impossible. They have destroyed the finest army in Christendom on an empty stomach. As the adrenaline fades, the pain sets in. The blisters on their fingers, the ache in their shoulders, the gnawing cramps of the flux. But there is a new feeling too. A dark, grim pride. They look at the piles of steel-clad dead, and they know that the world has shifted on its axis. The Longbow has delivered its masterpiece. Agincourt will be sung about for 600 years. It will become the foundational myth of English identity. But for the men standing in the bloody mud, it is not a myth. It is a job, and the job is messy. They begin the grim task of walking among the fallen, looking for the wounded, looking for loot, and looking for their arrows. Because a good arrow is expensive, and who knows, they might need it again tomorrow. The cloud has lifted, but the storm has left wreckage that will need to be cleared. And amidst the bodies, we see the reality of what an arrow actually does to a human being. A reality we must face before we close the book on this victory. We step away from the cheering crowds and the piles of French dead at Agincourt, moving into the dim, claustrophobic interior of a tent where the air is heavy with the smell of stale blood, vinegar, and fear. To understand the Longbow, we cannot just look at the archer. We must look at his work. We must look at the hole he makes in the world. Cinema often shows us an arrow striking a man who grunts, falls over, and dies cleanly. The reality is far messier and infinitely more cruel. A war arrow, driving a heavy bodkin or a barbed broadhead, does not just puncture, it smashes. When it hits bone, it shatters it into splinters that become secondary projectiles within the wound. When it hits muscle, the kinetic energy creates a temporary cavity, stretching and tearing the flesh before the tissue snaps back around the foreign object. And there it stays. The arrow is a parasite. It plugs the wound it created, often stopping the bleeding temporarily. The horror begins when you try to take it out. The design of the medieval arrowhead was often specific in its cruelty. We mentioned the Type 16 earlier. The barbed head. The barbs are like fish hooks, curving backward. If a surgeon tries to pull the arrow out by the shaft, the barbs catch on the flesh, tearing a much larger hole on the way out than they did on the way in. Often, the shaft would simply snap off, leaving the metal head buried deep inside the body, festering. This was a sentence of slow death by gangrene or sepsis. To treat an arrow wound was not medicine, it was excavation. To understand the terrifying ingenuity required to save a man from a longbow, we must rewind slightly in our timeline to 1403, to the Battle of Shrewsbury. Here, a 16-year-old prince, the future Henry V, the man who would later command at Agincourt, took a longbow arrow directly to the face. The missile struck him below the right eye, punched through the cheekbone, and buried itself 6 inches deep, lodging at the base of his skull, dangerously close to the brain stem. The shaft was broken off, but the iron head remained stuck in the bone. By all conventional wisdom, the prince should have died. The best doctors in the realm tried to pull it out and failed. They began to prepare his funeral rites. Enter John Bradmore, a London surgeon and metalworker who was about to perform one of the most famous medical miracles of the Middle Ages. Bradmore knew he couldn't just dig for the arrowhead, he would kill the boy. He needed a tool that didn't exist, so he designed one. He sketched a device that looked like a pair of slender hollow tongs with a threaded screw running down the centre. He called it an extractor, but before he could use it, he had to keep the wound open. Arrow wounds have a nasty habit of closing up, trapping the infection inside. Bradmore made tents, dowels of dried elder pith, wrapped in linen and dipped in rose honey. He inserted these into the prince's face, using larger and larger dowels each day to gently dilate the wound channel, creating a tunnel through the flesh down to the metal. Imagine the sensation. The young prince, conscious and likely held down by strong men, feeling the surgeon probing deep inside his head. The smell of the rose honey, a natural antiseptic, though they didn't know the chemistry, only that it worked, mixing with the metallic tang of blood. Finally, the path was clear. Bradmore inserted his custom tool. He slid the thin tongs down the channel until they touched the socket of the arrowhead. Then, with the steady hands of a jeweller, he turned the screw. As the screw threaded into the socket of the arrow, it forced the tongs to expand, gripping the arrowhead from the inside. Bradmore had created a secure anchor. He took a breath and he pulled. It requires a specific kind of stomach to visualize the friction of rusted iron moving against shattered cheekbone. But it moved. The arrowhead came free. The prince screamed, but he lived. Bradmore then flushed the wound with white wine, alcohol, and more honey, washing away the debris. He sewed the skin shut. Henry V carried the scar of that surgery for the rest of his life. It is said that in his portraits he often favoured his good side, hiding the grim reminder of what a longbow can do. This story serves as a reminder that the king at Agincourt wasn't just directing the archers, he was a survivor of their weapon. He knew intimately the agony he was inflicting on the French. But for the common soldier, there was no John Bradmore. There were no custom-made silver tongs. There was only the cautery iron and the spoon. If an arrow had passed through a limb but hadn't come out the other side, the field surgeon might use a spoon of mocking, a concave probe, to guide the arrowhead out, or simply push the shaft through until the head emerged from the skin, then snap it off and pull the shaft back. If the bone was shattered, amputation was the only option. A saw, a bit of leather to bite on, and a bucket of boiling pitch to sear the stump. The field hospitals of the 100 Years' War were places of screaming efficiency. We must also consider the infection. The arrowheads were not sterile. They were kept in dirty bags, stuck in the ground, and often coated in wax tallow or the verdigris preservative we spoke of. When they entered the body, they carried bits of dirty clothing and soil with them, Clostridium perfringens. The bacteria that causes gas gangrene lives in soil. A wound that looked clean on the first day would, by the third day, begin to smell like rotting meat. The skin would turn black and crackle to the touch as gas bubbles formed underneath. This was the fire that took so many men days after the battle was won. Yet, medieval medicine was not as barbaric as we assume. Surgeons like Bradmore understood that pus was bad, contrary to the myth of laudable pus. They used wine and vinegar to clean wounds. They used needle and thread to close them. They understood diet. Recovering soldiers were fed white meats, chicken and rabbit, and given clean ale. The survival rate for limb wounds was surprisingly high, provided the artery wasn't severed. But a gut shot was a death sentence. If the arrow pierced the intestines, spilling waste into the abdominal cavity, there was nothing even a genius like Bradmore could do. The soldier was simply given a draught of opiates, poppy juice and hemlock, and left to wait for the end. As we leave the medical tent, wiping the phantom smell of rose oil and old blood from our noses, we carry a new appreciation for the clean lines of the longbow. It is an elegant weapon, beautiful in its curve, but its purpose is hideous. It is a machine for inserting dirty iron into soft machines. And as the 15th century progresses, this machine is about to turn its hunger on a new target. The war in France will eventually sputter out, ending not with a bang, but with a slow, tragic loss of territory. The English archers will come home, but they will not beat their swords into ploughshares. They will bring their skills back to an England that is fracturing. The crown is weak, the nobles are ambitious, and there are thousands of unemployed veterans who know exactly how to kill a man in armour. The Wars of the Roses are looming, and for the first time, the Longbow will not be saving England. It will be tearing it apart. The glory of Agincourt has faded into a bitter, nostalgic memory. We are back in England, but the green fields of the Sunday practice are now buried under a foot of snow. It is Palm Sunday, March 29th of 1461. We are standing on a plateau in Yorkshire, near a village called Towton. The air is so cold it hurts to breathe, and the wind is howling like a banshee, driving a blizzard horizontally across the landscape. This is the stage for the bloodiest day in the history of English warfare. But there are no French knights here. There are no foreign invaders. The two armies facing each other, the House of York and the House of Lancaster, are both English. They are brothers, cousins, and neighbours, and terrifyingly, they are both armed with the same weapon. The Wars of the Roses was the Longbow's civil war. For 100 years, the Crown had trained the population to be lethal. Now, with the Crown fractured between a mad king, Henry VI, and a ruthless challenger, Edward IV, that lethal population was split down the middle. At Towton, we see the ultimate nightmare of the English military system. What happens when the perfect weapon is turned against itself? There were perhaps 50,000 men on the field that day, and a huge proportion of them were archers. This was not a battle of manoeuvre. It was an artillery duel at point-blank range in a snowstorm. The battle begins with a stroke of meteorological genius, or luck. The wind is blowing hard from the south, directly into the faces of the Lancastrian army. The Yorkist commander, Lord Falkenberg, is a veteran. He sees the snow flying past his men's shoulders towards the enemy. He realises the air itself is a weapon. He orders his archers to step forward, loose a single massive volley of flight arrows, lighter shafts designed for maximum distance, and then, in a master stroke of discipline, he orders them to step back and hold their fire. The arrows ride the wind. They disappear into the whiteout and strike the Lancastrian lines with devastating force. The Lancastrians, blinded by the snow and stung by the invisible attack, assume the enemy is closer than they are. They roar in anger and begin to return fire. Thousands of Lancastrian archers loose their sheaves into the gale, but the wind is fighting them. It pushes against their arrows, robbing them of energy. The shafts fall short, thudding harmlessly into the empty snow 40 yards in front of the Yorkist line. For minutes, the Lancastrians pour their ammunition into the ground, wasting thousands of arrows on a phantom army. When their quivers are empty, Falkenberg gives the signal. The Yorkists step forward again. They not only loose their own remaining arrows, but they walk out and pull the Lancastrian arrows out of the snow, shooting them back at their original owners. It is a supreme insult. The Lancastrians are being killed by their own ammunition. The slaughter that follows is difficult to describe without flinching. When the arrow supply finally fails on both sides, the armies crash together in the snow. Because they are so evenly matched, same weapons, same armour, same tactics, there is no quick breakthrough. It becomes a crushing, grinding push of shield against shield. The longbowmen, having done their work, draw their swords and hammers and join the fray. The fighting lasts for 10 hours. Contemporary chroniclers speak of a river of blood. This is usually a metaphor, but at Towton it was literal. The Cockbeck, a small stream running next to the battlefield, was so choked with bodies that the living used the dead as a bridge to cross it. The water ran red for miles downstream. Archaeologists who have excavated the mass graves at Towton found skulls that tell a story of frenzied violence. These were not clean deaths. Men were struck in the face, then struck again and again while they lay on the ground. It speaks of a hatred that goes beyond politics. This was personal. When you fight a stranger in France, it is war. When you fight your neighbour from the next shire, it is a feud. The longbow had empowered the common man, but in the vacuum of royal authority, that power became a tool of fratricide. The yeoman class was decimating itself. Towton broke the power of the House of Lancaster, placing Edward Shire on the throne, but it also marked a subtle turning point for the longbow. It showed the limits of the weapon. It was devastating, yes, but in a civil war, it solved nothing permanently. The wars dragged on for decades, bleeding the country dry of its veteran soldiers. The reservoir of skilled archers, that vast pool of men who had practiced every Sunday, was being drained faster than it could be refilled. A man takes 20 years to train. At Towton, he died in 20 seconds. There is a tragic irony in the weather that day. The wind that carried the Yorkist arrows was a freak occurrence. Had it blown the other way, history might have been completely different. The longbow, a weapon of precision and skill, was ultimately subject to the chaos of the elements. As the survivors limped away from the frozen, red-stained plateau, leaving nearly 28,000 dead behind them, they could not know that they had just fought the last great battle of the medieval age. The world was changing. In the baggage trains of the armies, alongside the sheaves of arrows, there were strange new iron tubes. They were heavy, dangerous, and inaccurate. But they made a noise like thunder, and they didn't require 20 years of training to use. The scent of sulphur is beginning to drift across the English fields, challenging the scent of yew. The rival is here. The snows of Towton have melted, soaking into the earth, but the air above the English battlefield is thickening again. This time, however, it is not with the grey feathers of the goose. It is with a blue, acrid fog that tastes of rotten eggs and hellfire. We have arrived at the moment of the great transition. For 300 years, the sound of English power was the dry thwip of a released string. Now a new sound is tearing the air, a thunderous flat crack that leaves ears ringing and hearts pounding. The rival has arrived. It is clumsy, ugly, and dangerously unreliable, but it is here to stay. We are talking about the early firearm, the handgun, the arquebus, and the bombard. To the master bowyer, looking up from his bench, this new weapon looks like an insult to craftsmanship. It is essentially an iron pipe lashed to a piece of rough wood. It lacks the elegance of the yew, the balance of the arrow, and the silence of the bow, but it possesses a quality that will eventually conquer the world. It is easy. To understand why the gun eventually displaced the bow, we must look at a battle that often gets lost in the shadow of Agincourt, yet is arguably more significant. We must travel back briefly to 1453, to the fields of Castillon in Gascony. This is the final gasp of the 100 Years' War. The English commander, the ageing and ferocious John Talbot, leads his men in a charge against the French lines. He expects to face archers or crossbowmen. Instead, he runs into a battery of 300 French cannons. The result is not a battle, it is an industrial accident. The English army is shredded by iron balls and grape shot before they can even draw their strings. Talbot is killed, not by a knight, but by a piece of flying metal that cares nothing for his lineage. Castillon sends a shockwave through the military mind. It proves that while the longbow is the king of the open field, the gun is the god of the siege and the static defence. But on a man-to-man level, the contest is far from decided. In fact, if you were a betting man in the year 1500, you would still put your money on the archer. Let us stage a contest in our minds. On the left, a veteran English archer. On the right, a goner with his arquebus. The signal is given. The archer draws and looses. In 1 minute, he can put 10 arrows into a target 200 yards away with lethal accuracy. The gunner, in that same minute, he is frantically pouring powder down a muzzle, ramming a ball, priming a pan, blowing on a slow match, a piece of rope soaked in saltpeter that must be kept burning at all times, and praying the wind doesn't blow his powder away. If he is lucky, he gets off one shot. And that shot? It is wildly inaccurate. The early musket ball does not spin. It wobbles like a knuckleball. At 50 yards, he might hit a barn. At 200 yards, the archer is safe enough to eat his lunch. So why? Why did the generals of Europe slowly fall in love with the gun? The answer lies not in physics, but in economics and demographics. We return to the skeletons of the Merry Rose, those deformities, the twisted spines, the fused shoulders, took 20 years to create. To make an archer, you need a culture that forces a boy to start shooting at age 7. You need a diet that builds massive muscle. You need a Sunday decree. You need a lifetime, but a gunner? You can take a starving peasant from the gutter, hand him a tube, yell at him for 2 weeks, and you have a soldier. If he dies, you grab another peasant. The gun allowed the state to bypass the biological limit of the human body. The longbow required a man to be a weapon. The gun allowed a man to hold a weapon. There is a profound melancholy in this shift. It represents the move from quality to quantity, from the skilled artisan to the mass production line. The archers felt this. They looked at the goners with deep disdain. They called firearms cowards' weapons, tools that allowed a weakling to kill a strong man from a distance without any effort. There was a spiritual offense in it. An arrow is powered by your own muscle. It is an extension of your will. A bullet is powered by chemistry. You are just the mechanic who sparks the reaction. We must also consider the sensory experience of the smell of powder. On the medieval battlefield, you could see the banner of your lord, you could see the flight of the arrows, but as guns became more common, the battlefield became a place of blindness. Black powder produces thick, white-grey smoke. After a few volleys, a regiment would be engulfed in a fog of war so dense they couldn't see the enemy 10 paces away. War became louder, smellier, and more confusing. The clean hiss of the arrow was replaced by a cacophony of bangs, shouts, and the screams of men hit by lead balls that flattened on impact, shattering bone in a way that even the bodkin could not. Yet the longbow did not vanish overnight. It was a stubborn ghost. Henry VIII, who reigned well into the gunpowder age, was obsessed with the bow. He was a traditionalist who believed in the moral superiority of archery. He passed laws banning the crossbow and the handgun in an attempt to force Englishmen to keep using the yew. He famously beat the French at the Battle of the Spurs in 1513 using largely archers and cavalry. At the Battle of Flodden in the same year, the English archers destroyed the Scots, again proving that against unarmoured men in rough terrain, the arrow was still supreme. The gun was heavy and couldn't fire in the rain. The bow worked as long as the man worked. There is a fascinating scholarly note here about the decline of the yew. Some historians argue that the switch to guns wasn't just a choice, but a necessity caused by an ecological crisis. Remember those imported Spanish and Italian yew staves? By the 1500s, the supply was drying up. Europe had been deforested of its slow-growing yew to feed the English war machine. The price of a good bow stave skyrocketed. It became cheaper to buy iron and sulphur than to buy high-quality wood. The longbow may have killed itself by consuming the very resource it depended on. As we stand in the smoke of the early 16th century, we see a strange hybrid army. We see men in breastplates carrying muskets standing next to men in soft caps carrying bows. It is a moment of technological overlap, like seeing a horse-drawn carriage next to a steam train. The archers are still the elite, the special forces of the day, but they are looking over their shoulders. They can smell the sulphur. They can see the future in the clumsy iron tubes of the new recruits. They know, deep down in their aching shoulders, that their time is limited. The Sunday practice is emptying out. The boys are playing dice again. The living arrow is slowly dying, not on the battlefield, but in the village green, where the grass is growing over the butts. But before the longbow fades into the mists of legend, fate decides to preserve a perfect snapshot of its final glory. A tragedy is about to happen in the waters of the Solent, a disaster for the Tudors, but a miracle for history. The ship we started with, the Mary Rose, is about to sail out to meet the French fleet. She is carrying the finest longbows ever made, and she is carrying them straight to the bottom of the sea, where they will wait for us for 400 years. The smell of sulphur from the early guns still lingers in the air, but now it is mixed with the salty, humid breeze of the English coast. It is a Sunday, always a Sunday in this story, July 19th, 1545. We are standing on the ramparts of Southsea Castle, overlooking the choppy waters of the Solent. Beside us stands a man who is a mountain of decaying majesty, King Henry VIII. So he is 54 years old, his body swollen by injury and excess, his leg ulcerated and painful, but his eyes are fixed on the sea with the intensity of a hawk. He is watching his pride and joy, the great carrack Mary Rose, sail out to meet a massive French invasion fleet that is actually larger than the Spanish Armada that will arrive 40 years later. The Mary Rose is a floating metaphor for the era we have just described. She is a hybrid monster. Protruding from her gun ports are heavy bronze cannons, the new gods of war. But on her upper decks, crowded behind the netting and the wooden blinds, are hundreds of archers, holding the ancient yew staves of England. She is trying to be two things at once, a medieval castle and a modern battleship. And in the treacherous currents of the Solent, this dual identity is about to destroy her. The disaster happens with a terrifying silent slowness. The ship, heavy with soldiers, ordnance, and perhaps a bit of hubris, begins a sharp turn. She fires her starboard guns at the French galleys. Then she tries to come about, but the wind catches her sails. She heels over, just a little too far. The lower gun ports, which have been foolishly left open for action, dip below the waterline. The sea does not ask for permission, it simply rushes in. We can imagine the chaos on board in those final seconds. The sensation of the floor becoming a wall, the crash of heavy sea chests sliding across the decks, the screaming of the goners trapped below decks with their heavy iron monsters, and the archers on the upper deck who have spent their lives training for stability, suddenly finding no purchase under their feet. Within minutes, the pride of the Tudor navy is gone. She slips beneath the waves, taking nearly 500 men down with her. The king, watching from the shore, reportedly hears the screams of his drowning soldiers, a sound that will haunt the final 2 years of his life. But while this was a tragedy for the families of Portsmouth, it was a miracle for us. The Mary Rose did not just sink, she was buried. She settled into the soft, clay-like silt of the seabed. The currents quickly filled her hull with mud, sealing the contents in an anaerobic tomb, a world without oxygen. Bacteria, shipworms, and woodrot fungi cannot survive there. Time effectively stopped. The men, their clothes, their food, and most importantly for our story, their weapons, were suspended in a state of suspended animation. They waited in the dark, under 40 feet of water and mud, while the world above them changed. They waited while the longbow was forgotten. They waited while the musket became the rifle, and the rifle became the machine gun. They waited until 1982, when a massive crane finally lifted the hull from the water, breaking the surface like a resurrected ghost. When archaeologists began to excavate the interior of the ship, they found something that forced historians to rewrite the textbooks. They found chests, heavy wooden crates, packed with longbows. These were not the brittle, fragile artifacts usually found in tombs. These were working weapons, preserved in such pristine condition that you could still see the tool marks of the bowyer's plane. There were 137 complete longbows and over 3,500 arrows found on board. It was the largest cache of medieval archery equipment ever discovered. But the real shock came when they measured them. For centuries, Victorian antiquarians had assumed that the medieval longbow had a draw weight of perhaps 60 or 70 pounds, respectable but manageable. They projected their own gentlemanly archery standards onto the past. The Merry Rose bows laughed at those estimates when modern bowyers made exact replicas of the yew-staves found in the wreck and tested them. The results were staggering. These bows had draw weights ranging from 100 to 160 pounds, with some even reaching 180 pounds. It was a revelation. It confirmed the osteological evidence of the skeletons we met in the first section. These were not sporting goods. They were heavy ordnance. To draw a 160-pound bow is equivalent to lifting a full-grown man off the ground with 2 fingers and a shoulder muscle. It proved that the longbowman was effectively a different physical species from the modern soldier. The arrows found in the sheaves were equally enlightening. They were thick, heavy, and brutish. The glue on the fletchings had dissolved centuries ago, leaving only the dark stains of the verdigris copper where the feathers had been. But the shafts were intact. They were made of ash and poplar, tapering in complex ways to maximize aerodynamics. Some still had their bodkin points attached, waiting for a French target that never came. The preservation was so complete that archaeologists found leather wrist guards, braces, with the personal emblems of the owners stamped into them, and even spacers made of ivory or bone, used to keep arrows separated in a quiver. We saw the intimate personal kit of the professional soldier. There is a scholarly debate that circles the wreck like a shark. Some historians argue that the Mary Rose bows might be exceptional, that they were naval bows designed for short-range, heavy-hitting volleys against enemy ships, and thus heavier than the standard field bow used at Agincourt. They suggest we shouldn't assume every village archer in England was pulling 150 pounds. However, others counter that the men on the Mary Rose were drawn from the general levy. They were just regular soldiers. If they could pull these bows, then so could their fathers and grandfathers. The consensus leans toward the heavier reality. The past was stronger than we gave it credit for. The sinking of the Mary Rose marks a symbolic endpoint for our narrative. It is the moment the living arrow goes underwater. It is the last time the longbow was deployed as a primary weapon of war on a massive scale. After this, the guns take over. The lists of militia musters in the late 1500s show fewer and fewer bows and more calivers and muskets. The yew-staves on the Mary Rose were not just weapons, they were the last survivors of a dying breed. When the ship went down, it took the archery culture of the Middle Ages with it, locking it away in a time capsule just before it was diluted by gunpowder. As we imagine the silt slowly settling over the wreck in 1545, covering the chests of yew and the bodies of the archers, we feel a sense of closure. The weapon has been preserved, the truth has been saved for the future. But back on the surface, in the busy, noisy world of Elizabethan England, the debate is raging. The old soldiers are not going quietly, As the gun begins its dominance, a furious argument breaks out in the taverns and the military academies of England. Is the bow really dead? Or is the gun just a flashy, expensive mistake? We are about to enter the great debate, where the ghost of the longbow makes one final, impassioned plea for its life against the rising tide of sulphur and lead. The Mary Rose is gone, buried in the mud, but the argument over what killed her enemies best is raging in the alehouses and palaces of Elizabethan England. We are in the late 16th century, a time of roughs, Shakespeare, and a military identity crisis. The longbow is not dead yet, but it is fighting for its life, not on the battlefield, but in the printing press. This is the era of the Great Debate, a bitter, ink-stained war between the traditionalists, who saw the bow as the soul of England, and the modernists, who saw the gun as the future of warfare. It is a clash that feels surprisingly modern. The romantic past versus the ugly industrial efficiency of the new. Leading the charge for the old ways is Sir John Smythe, a crusty, opinionated veteran who had fought in the Low Countries. In 1590 he published a book with a title that practically shouts at the reader certain discourses. In it, he tears the early firearm to shreds with a distinct sense of back in my day superiority. Smythe's arguments are, on paper, incredibly convincing. He points out the comedic inefficiency of the musket. He describes gunners fumbling with their flasks, spilling powder in the wind, forgetting to put the wad in, or simply blowing their own fingers off when the barrel explodes. He notes that in the time a musketeer takes to load, prime, and fire one inaccurate shot, a skilled archer can loose 6 arrows, scratch his nose, and loose 6 more. He mocks the smoke of the devil that blinds the army after the first volley. He argues that the arrow is a terror weapon. It is silent, it can be seen coming, which is worse for morale, and it can wound horses in a way that causes chaos in the enemy lines. A horse hit by a bullet might drop, a horse hit by an arrow runs wild. To Smythe, replacing the elegant, rapid-fire longbow with a heavy stinking iron tube was madness. But in the other corner stands Humphrey Barwick, a professional soldier who had actually used these stinking tubes in combat. He responds with a brutal dose of reality. He admits the bow is faster. He admits it is cleaner. But then he asks the killer question: where are the archers? He looks at the men of Elizabethan England and sees a generation that has gone soft. They are not practicing at the butts on Sundays. They are drinking in taverns or watching plays at the Globe. The skeletons of the Mary Rose were built by a lifestyle that no longer exists. Barwick argues that to make an effective longbowman, you need a time machine. To make a musketeer, you just need a drill sergeant. The gun is the weapon of the lazy age. It democratizes killing even further than the bow did because it removes the physical strength requirement entirely. You don't need a back like a mountain to pull a trigger. This debate wasn't just theoretical. There were practical tests. In some county musters, archers and musketeers were pitted against each other, shooting at targets. The archers almost always won on accuracy and rate of fire. But the generals shook their heads. They knew that in a real battle, panic sets in. A panicked archer cannot draw a heavy bow. His muscles turn to jelly. A panicked musketeer can still pour powder and ram a ball. The gun was panic-proof in a way the bow was not. It relied on chemistry, not composure. There is a fascinating scholarly angle here regarding the double-armed man. Some inventors, desperate to bridge the gap, proposed weird hybrids, combining a bow with a pike or trying to attach a small gun to a bow. There was even a serious proposal in 1625 by a man named William Need to teach soldiers to use the bow and the pike simultaneously. King Charles IX actually authorised it, but the soldiers hated it. It was too complicated. The simplicity of the point and boom was winning. The death knell finally rang in 1595. The Privy Council, the supreme governing body of England, issued a quiet but devastating order. They decreed that the trained bands, the local militias that formed the backbone of England's defence, should exchange their bows for muskets. It was a bureaucratic decision, made by men looking at spreadsheets of recruitment numbers. They realised they could no longer find enough men who could pull the 100-pound draw weight. The yeoman had become a farmer, not a warrior. The enclosure of the common lands meant there were fewer village greens to practice on. The culture that fed the weapon had starved. Sir John Smythe was furious. He was actually imprisoned in the Tower of London for a while, partly for his seditious writings that criticised the government's military policy. He died a bitter man, watching his beloved weapon turned into firewood. But he was right about one thing, the romance. The gun never captured the English heart the way the yew did. Nobody wrote ballads about a musketeer. Nobody carved statues of a man cleaning a barrel. The debate ended, not because the bow was worse, but because the world had moved on. The living arrow required a way of life that England was too rich, too busy, and too modern to sustain. As the 17th century dawns, the longbow disappears from the muster rolls. It retreats into the shadows, becoming a sporting tool for aristocrats or a poaching tool for the desperate. The noise of the battlefield changes forever. The hiss is gone. The boom is here. But the memory of the debate lingers. A reminder that technology doesn't always win because it is better. Sometimes it wins simply because it is easier. And as the bow fades, so does the class of men who wielded it. The yeoman becomes the tenant farmer. The archer becomes the infantry private. The unique, terrifying physiology of the English soldier softens. The ironback relaxes. But the weapon has one final, ghostly journey to make. It will not disappear completely. It will linger in the eccentric corners of history, appearing when we least expect it, carried by men who refuse to let the legend die. The Privy Council's order of 1595 has signed the death warrant. But a weapon that has defined a nation for 3 centuries does not simply vanish into thin air, it lingers. It haunts the edges of the English imagination like a ghost, refusing to leave the house it built. We enter now into the long fade, a period of 2 centuries where the longbow drifts from the muddy reality of the battlefield to the manicured lawns of the aristocracy. It is a slow, melancholic retreat. The first thing to go is the muscle. As the 17th century progresses, the physique of the English male changes. Without the mandatory Sunday practice, the massive lopsided shoulders of the Mary Rose archers disappear from the gene pool. The yeomen are still working hard, but they are pushing ploughs, not pulling yew. The specialised biological machine is dismantled, replaced by men who look, well, normal. And without that machine, the heavy war bow, the 150-pound monster, becomes unusable. It becomes a relic. Something grandfathers talk about by the fire, a giant's weapon that the young men can scarcely believe was ever real. We see a brief, desperate flicker of the old flame during the English Civil War in the 1640s. King Charles I, desperate for troops and lacking muskets, issues a commission to raise a regiment of archers. It is a moment of time-travelling warfare. He calls for the levies of Oxford to bring their bows. But the result is pathetic. The men who show up are not the iron-backed killers of Agincourt. They are enthusiasts, gamekeepers, or confused peasants, holding dusty heirlooms. They cannot pull the heavy weights. They cannot shoot the clout at 250 yards. In the few skirmishes where bows are used, like at the Siege of Devizes or by the Scots at Tippermuir, they are a novelty, a nuisance rather than a deciding factor. The hiss of the arrow is drowned out by the roar of the cannon. The parliamentarian armies, the Roundheads, are the army of the future, disciplined, uniformed and armed with muskets. The royalist archers look like actors who have wandered onto the wrong stage. The war confirms what the debate had predicted. The culture is dead, and without the culture, the weapon is just a stick. But as the bow leaves the hands of the soldier, it is picked up by the gentleman. We witness a strange social inversion. For centuries, archery was the duty of the poor. Now, it becomes the hobby of the rich. In the 18th century, archery societies begin to spring up across Britain. The Royal Company of Archers in Scotland, the Woodmen of Arden, the Toxophilite Society in London. But look closely at these meetings. They are not training for war. They are social clubs. The men wear extravagant uniforms, green velvet coats, feathered hats, gold braid, that would get them killed instantly on a real battlefield. They shoot at colourful targets for silver medals and trophies, often followed by a heavy dinner and a lot of port wine. The draw weights of their bows drop drastically from the 150 pounds of the Mary Rose to a polite 45 or 50 pounds. The war bow has been domesticated. It has been declawed. It is now a sport, a way for the gentry to connect with a romanticised version of the past without having to suffer the dysentery or the calluses. This is the era where the myth of Merry England is manufactured. As the Industrial Revolution begins to turn the sky black with coal smoke, the English look back at the Middle Ages with a misty, sentimental eye. The brutal, professional killer of Crecy is reimagined as the Jolly Robin Hood, a freedom fighter who lived in a green, unspoiled forest. The longbow becomes a symbol of a lost Eden, a time when Englishmen were free, strong, and ate roast beef in the woods. It is a comforting lie. The reality that the longbow was a tool of state control, mandatory labour, and imperial conquest is quietly filed away. The yeoman becomes a character in a play, not a political force. Yet, even in this twilight, there are moments of eccentric brilliance. In 1776, a surprising voice speaks up for the bow from across the Atlantic. Benjamin Franklin, the American statesman and scientist, writes a letter to Charles Lee, a general in the Continental Army. The Americans are fighting the British and they are running out of gunpowder. Franklin, with his pragmatic genius, seriously suggests they should arm their troops with longbows. He lists the reasons. They are cheap, you can make them anywhere, they are silent, and a man may shoot as fast as he can load. He even adds a psychological note. The sight of an arrow coming is terrifying. It is a fascinating what if of history. Imagine the redcoats at Bunker Hill facing a volley of Agincourt arrows, but the idea is never adopted. The Americans, like everyone else, want to be modern. They want guns. The long fade is also a time of linguistic preservation. Even as the physical object disappears, the bow buries itself deep in the English language. We still use the phrases today, often without knowing their origin. We talk about having 2 strings to our bow, a backup plan. We talk about being highly strung under tension. We say something is bolt upright or straight as an arrow. We tell someone to keep it under your hat, referring to the archer keeping his bowstring dry under his cap. The weapon has dissolved into the dictionary. It has become a metaphor. By the time we reach the Victorian era, the longbow is effectively a museum piece. It hangs on the walls of country houses crossed with swords, gathering dust. The wood dries out and becomes brittle. The strings rot. The knowledge of how to make the heavy war bow, the secrets of the toxic yew, the tillering of the great weight, is almost lost. The bowyers of London are making light recreational bows for ladies and gentlemen to shoot in their gardens. The mystery of the medieval guild has faded into a parlour trick. But history has a strange way of looping back on itself. Just as the flame seems to be sputtering out completely, a single spark remains. A few stubborn eccentrics, a few historians, and a few men who just like the feel of wood in their hands, refuse to let the war bow die. And in the chaos of the 20th century, amidst the machine guns and the tanks, the longbow will make one final, unbelievable appearance, a curtain call that defies all logic. We are about to meet Mad Jack, the man who brought a bow to World War II. The hiss of the arrow has been silent for centuries, drowned out by the roar of the musket, the rifle, and the heavy artillery. We've moved through the industrial slaughter of the First World War, where the machine gun erased the individual soldier, and now we find ourselves in the mechanical chaos of the Second World War. It is May 1940. The German blitzkrieg is tearing through France. The British Expeditionary Force is retreating toward Dunkirk, humiliated and outgunned by the panzers. The air is filled with the scream of Stuka dive bombers and the clanking tracks of tanks. It is a war of engines, radios, and high explosives. And yet, in a small village called L'Epinette, near the Belgian border, a British officer is lying in the loft of a barn holding a weapon that belongs in a museum. He is Lieutenant Colonel John Malcolm Thorpe Fleming Churchill, known to his men and to history as Mad Jack, and he's about to perform the most eccentric, anachronistic, and strangely beautiful act of violence in modern warfare. Jack Churchill is a man who seems to have fallen through a crack in time. He is not fighting the same war as everyone else. While other officers carry Webley revolvers, Jack carries a basket-hilted Scottish broadsword and a set of bagpipes. But his most prized possession is his longbow, a massive yew warbow that he bought in London before shipping out. He has spent the weeks of the phony war practicing in the French fields, terrifying the local cows and confusing his fellow officers. He believes, with a stubborn, romantic logic, that any officer who goes into action without his sword is improperly dressed. He views the war not as a technological struggle, but as a test of personal spirit, and on this day, May 27th, he decides to prove it. He is leading a small company of the Manchester Regiment, tasked with holding the village against the advancing Germans. He sets up an ambush. He places his men in the houses and barns, telling them to wait for his signal. The signal will not be a whistle. It will not be a radio call. It will be an arrow. As a German patrol advances down the road, ignorant, confident, expecting perhaps a burst of brand gunfire, Jack draws his bow. We must pause to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. A German Feldwebel, sergeant, is walking through 20th century France, surrounded by the technology of the master race, about to be killed by a piece of medieval wood. Jack stands up. He draws the string to his ear, the same motion used at Agincourt, at Crécy, at Towton. He feels the weight. He looses. The arrow flies silently through the noise of the retreat. It strikes the German sergeant in the chest. He falls. It is the last recorded kill by a longbow in a major European war. Jack immediately raises his hand, and his machine gunners open fire, tearing into the rest of the patrol. The ambush is a success, but the moment of the arrow is what lingers. It was a full stop at the end of a 600-year sentence. It was a gesture of defiance, a way of saying that the English spirit was not dependent on engines or oil, but on the ancient connection between the man and the yew. Jack Churchill's war did not end there, and his legend only grew stranger. He led commando raids in Norway, leaping off the landing craft playing March of the Cameron Men on his bagpipes before charging with his sword. He was captured in Yugoslavia, played his pipes during a mortar attack, escaped a concentration camp, and walked 150 miles to freedom. When the Americans dropped the atomic bombs on Japan, ending the war, Jack was reportedly disappointed, grumbling, "If it wasn't for those damn Yanks, we could have kept the war going another 10 years. He was a warrior in the purest, most archaic sense, a man who loved the fight more than the victory. But the incident at L'Épinette stands alone. It serves as the final punctuation mark in our story of the longbow as a weapon of war. It highlights the absurdity of the transition we have witnessed. The longbow began as a tool of survival in the Welsh hills, became a weapon of mass destruction in the hands of kings, devolved into a sporting toy for the gentry, and finally reappeared for one split second in 1940 as the personal signature of a madman. It shows us that weapons ultimately become symbols. Jack didn't use the bow because it was more efficient than a rifle. He used it because it was English. He used it to connect himself to the lineage of the archers we met in the mud of Agincourt. There is a scholarly debate about the exact details of the kill. Some accounts say it happened near the village of Richebourg, others L'Épinette. Some question if the German died instantly or was finished off by gunfire. But the core truth remains. In the middle of the most mechanized conflict in human history, the Longbow spoke one last time. It brings a sense of closure to the military timeline. The circle that began with the wild men of Gwent shooting at Norman invaders closes with a wild man of Surrey shooting at Nazi invaders. The technology had changed, the uniforms had changed, but the kinetic energy was exactly the same. After the war, Jack Churchill retired, but he didn't stop being Jack. He would often startle train conductors on his commute home by throwing his briefcase out of the window into his own backyard as the train whizzed past, claiming it saved him carrying it from the station. He died in 1996, the last of the longbowmen. With him, the living arrow finally retired from the battlefield. The weapon was no longer a tool of death. It was now free to become something else entirely, a myth, a memory, and a piece of cultural DNA. As we move toward the end of our journey, we leave the battlefields behind for good. The smoke clears, the screams fade, the mud dries. What is left is not the physical object, the wood rots, the iron rusts, but the shadow it cast. We're going to look at how the longbow shaped the English language, the English body, and the English mind. We are going to listen to the echoes in the U and understand why, even today, when a person stands up straight and speaks their mind, we unknowingly pay tribute to the men who pulled the string. The history of the longbow is over. The legacy of the longbow is just beginning. The noise of the battle has finally ceased. The hiss of the arrow, the crack of the musket, and the shout of the captain have all faded into the deep, absorbent silence of history. We are back where we began, standing in the twilight of an English churchyard, our hand resting on the rough scaling bark of an ancient yew tree. This tree was here when Agincourt was fought. It was here when the Mary Rose sank. It has outlived the archers, the kings, and the empires they built. And as the night deepens around us, we realise that while the physical longbow has retired to the museum case, its ghost is still very much alive. It has dissolved into the very air we breathe, hiding in the words we speak and the way we understand ourselves. If you have ever said you were highly strung, you were speaking the language of the bowyer, describing a bow under too much tension, ready to snap. If you have ever shot your bolt, you were mimicking the exhausted archer who has emptied his quiver. If you have ever described someone as straight as an arrow or bolt upright, you are paying unaware tribute to the Fletchers of the 14th century. Even the phrase point blank comes from the archery range. The point blank was the white spot at the centre of the target, the distance where you didn't need to calculate gravity. We speak in arrows every day, unaware that our casual idioms are the fossilized remains of a lethal technology. But the legacy goes deeper than language. It is in the DNA of the culture. The yeoman, that stubborn, independent, well-fed commoner we watched rise from the mud of Crécy, didn't disappear. He evolved. He became the archetype of the free Englishman, the man who stands his ground, pays his taxes grudgingly, and refuses to be bullied by a tyrant. This ideal travelled across the ocean. When Thomas Jefferson wrote about the yeoman farmer as the bedrock of American democracy, he was channeling the spirit of the longbowman, the armed citizen who owes his liberty to his own competence, not to a lord's protection. The longbow democratized power, and that shift in the centre of gravity from the castle to the cottage is perhaps its greatest victory. It taught the world that a king is only as strong as the men who hold the string. Getty Images. There is a scholarly, almost poetic irony that brings our story of the yew tree full circle. For centuries, we feared the yew. It was the toxic sentinel, the tree of death, planted in churchyards to keep cattle away and provide wood for killing. But in the late 20th century, science discovered something miraculous, hidden in the poisonous needles of the Taxus baccata and its cousins. They found a compound called paclitaxel, or Taxol. It is one of the most potent chemotherapy drugs ever discovered, used to fight breast and ovarian cancer. The tree that spent 500 years ending lives is now used to save them. The wood of death has become the wood of life. It is a redemption arc that no medieval chronicler could have predicted, a softening of the ancient warrior into a healer. Today, if you walk through the parks of London or the fields of the countryside on a quiet weekend, you might still hear it. The Fraternity of St. George and other historical societies have revived the war bow. These are not the polite target archers with their fiberglass stabilizers and pulley systems. These are men and women who craft heavy yew staves and shoot the great weight. They shoot the clout, lofting heavy arrows high into the blue sky, waiting for that heart-stopping pause at the apex before the missile turns and rushes down to the earth. The sound is the same. The deep resonant thrum of the string, a note that vibrates in the chest. It is a form of living archaeology. Watching a heavy arrow fly is hypnotic. It doesn't zip like a bullet. It swims through the air. You can follow it with your eye. You can feel the physics of it. It connects you to the past in a way that looking at a suit of armour never can. The longbow also left us with a national mythology of the underdog. We love the story of the small, outnumbered band of brothers defeating the arrogant, armoured giant. It is the story of Agincourt, but it is also the story we tell ourselves in sports, in politics, and in movies. We cherish the idea that skill and grit can defeat money and technology. Of course, the reality we have explored was far more industrial and brutal. The longbow was a weapon of mass production and state control, not just a plucky rebel's tool. But the myth is comfortable. It fits us like an old wool tunic. It reminds us that there is dignity in the hands of the common man. As we stand under the yew tree, the darkness is complete now. The owls are waking up. The church clock chimes the hour, a mechanical descendant of the bells that once signalled the end of Sunday practice. The archers are gone. The skeletons of the Merry Rose are at rest in their climate-controlled cases. The battlefields of France are covered in wheat and corn, the mass graves unmarked and peaceful. The arrow has flown its course. It started in the wild elm of Wales, soared through the sky at Slies, rained down on the mud of Agincourt, and finally came to rest in the quiet pages of history books. It was a terrible, beautiful, demanding thing. It asked everything of the men who used it, their skeletons, their Sundays, their youth. In return, it gave them a voice. It gave them the power to say no to the charge of the heavy cavalry. So when you see a yew tree, dark and brooding in a corner of a garden, give it a nod of respect. Do not touch the needles. They are still toxic after all. But listen. Listen for the echo of the drawer. Listen for the creak of the wood that sounds like a door opening. Listen for the whisper of the goose feather. It is the sound of England clearing its throat. It is the sound of the people taking aim. And though the string is cut and the bow is unstrung, the arrow is still flying in our minds, straight and true, across the centuries. The story is told, the bow is at rest, and the archer can finally sleep. The journey is over. The last arrow has been loosed, and the vibration of the string has finally faded into the silence of the night. You have walked with me from the cold, wet valleys of Wales to the sun-drenched vineyards of Poitiers. You have stood in the mud of Agincourt and felt the deck of the Mary Rose tilt beneath your feet. You have seen how a simple piece of wood shaped a nation, and how that nation, in turn, shaped the wood. Now, it is time to let the history drift away. Let the dates and the names dissolve like mist over the village green. You don't need to remember the weight of the bow or the chemistry of the gunpowder anymore. Those burdens belong to the past. Feel the heavy, comforting warmth of your own bed. It is softer than the ground at Crécy, warmer than the tents at Harfleur. Your body is safe. Your shoulders are relaxed, carrying no weight, pulling no string. There are no alarms, no trumpets, no orders to march. There is only the quiet, steady rhythm of your own breathing, rising and falling like the gentle swell of the sea. Imagine the yew tree one last time, standing guard in the moonlight. It is not a weapon now, it is just a tree. Its branches are sheltering, its roots deep and secure in the earth. It stands in a world at peace, watching over the sleeping land. The wind rustles through its needles, a soft hushing sound that whispers to you that everything is well. The past is a story we tell to understand the dark, but the present is a place for rest. You have earned this stillness. Let your eyes close. Let your mind float downstream, away from the fires of the forge, toward the cool, calm waters of sleep. The history is written. The book is closed. Sweet dreams.